So we're happy to start today afternoon with great session from Rolf about Microsoft certification and everything about it, the all good, bad, and the ugly things. So can you start, Rolf?
Yes, of course. I just was waiting for the initial and welcome everybody. Thanks for having me today. So our topic for the next roughly hour, and I will not bore you with a lot of slides. I will swap between various web pages and stuff like that. Our topic is going to be Microsoft certification, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And when I was asked to present a session and what I wanted to talk about is that finally I can really go and talk about the topic that I really love. So just a quick intro of myself, Rolf McLaughlin. I'm director of the Cloud 42 trainer for a good 25 years. Had the chance to be a so-called MCT regional lead, means that I'm one of the focal points where other trainers are talking to and where Microsoft Worldwide Learning is getting the information back and forth. So more like a speaker for the other trainers. I'm a cloud solution architect and author. Did write some books and articles. And I happen to have been a PowerShell MVP, worked for Microsoft a couple of years, based in Ireland, and my main topics are infrastructure in Azure, applications, Active Directory, stuff like that. So enough of myself. Let's go into topics and let's talk about what we are going to see in this session, and maybe also about what we are not going to see. Let's start with the bad bit. So what I've seen very often, and just to disappoint the one or the other in this call that may say, finally I'm getting some stuff where I can just get the questions and learn it by heart and pass the exam. No, that's not going to happen. What I also like to point out is if somebody sees some question like, dear community, I have this and this question, please solve it for me. This is not the right way to learn about certifications and learn about cloud technologies from Microsoft. So please stay away from this kind of questions. Very often you find some fishy or some phishing approach behind all that. What I also like to point you to is there are some websites that try to sell you the ultimate study guide. Please pay XYZ amount of money, and then we guarantee you that you will pass. I myself would shy away from this kind of offers. First of all, you're not sure what the source of this information is, and second of all, you may pay some money, but you may not know whether that's really worth the money. And I'm more on the side, sure, I'm a trainer, I have to say that, I'm more on the side of real studying, learning, and knowing the product, and then facing the challenge of getting a certification done. So I will point you to a lot of resources, websites from Microsoft and other ones that sometimes work for Microsoft, sometimes not. So I want to give you a little bit of a guidance. Where do I start? What is the right web page to take information from and stuff like that? And still, if I point you to these websites, there is a lot of stuff in there. So I want to point out also what is the right starting point. And last but not least, maybe I have a chance to, I have done nothing. How do I pass my first certification? I would like to be part in this journey for yours. And I would also want to point out there is at 3 o'clock another session about learning, pointing more to Microsoft Learn, or a special web page having a lot of information about the technology. You may want to see that session 2 if you're in the topic of certification and stuff like that. Having said that, let's try with a little bit of a definition, because what is good, what is bad and ugly, very often I find it is a very personal thing. Like, one person says, I have to study a lot to pass that certification. Now, lean back and try to reflect yourself. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? The one who are in a time constrained and are not really good in delivering under time pressure a certification quality, they may consider that bad. There may be another one who says, you know what? I like this. I like this a lot because they're really putting a lot of information into this certification bit, and I like certification at all. So in my personal perception, that is a good thing. So please, if you see a little bit of a flagging, this is considered good, this is considered bad, that's my personal opinion. And sometimes it's the opinion of other fellow trainers that I asked before my before this session to reflect on what they think about the certification. And on top of that, I wanted to give it a little bit of a face, like whenever we see something, I want to have a special icon like, okay, this is good, definitely good, or this is bad. So when you go to your preferred finding machine, like a Google or a Bing, and you just type the good, the bad, and the ugly into there, you find this very, very quickly. And yeah, that's cool. That is, but yeah, very individual, very personal. You could go with a little bit of a comic style and take it away from this individual characters, but still, no, not good. It's all copyright material. We will not use that. So wipe it, next one. Blank canvas. Breathe, take the next one. Let's try this one. Everybody loves the smileys. We have the good. We have the bad one. We have also the ugly one, but again, no, that's religion. We have some blood in there. It's not good for people sometimes. We will not take this one. What about these guys? We take the good, the bad, and the ugly. And under current circumstances, everybody is at home trying to do some stuff. I think we get the FDA approval for this guy. So whenever you see these guys, we will use them to reflect. This is a good thing. This is probably not such a good thing in the general perception. Now, let's move on with these three guys and see how they're doing. Now, first link I want to point you to, and that is the official Microsoft Learning page. And there is a lot of stuff that you can see here. You browse the Microsoft certification, you can filter the exams by technology, you can even go down to the server, but oops, there we only have one server version, which is Server 2016. The older versions are gone. The Server 19, although we have 2020 by now, is still not there. There's still some other priorities within Microsoft. I think it is a good thing. Let's look at the page itself. Where is my most beloved browser? Let's go to the Microsoft Certification Exam List. So that is the web page behind the link that I showed you in my presentation. And you can see there are a lot of things. Please pay special attention to these dates that we have here. So I want to zoom in a little bit that you see it a little bit more clearly. Retiring August 31st, 2020. That is the AZ-103, also known as the Microsoft Azure Administrator. Which is an associate level. We'll talk about that a little bit. That has already the replacement announced. It's currently into beta, AZ-104, again, Azure Administrator, and is already released, is in beta state and stuff like that. So talking about the beta state, there is no fixed time when they say this is just the time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, beta state done. Microsoft is looking how many people have taken this beta test and is challenging the results of these tests, whether they want to go and make this out of beta into the final version. So whenever you take a beta test, you have to wait until the test is out of this state to get your results. You do not get a result until the test is out of beta. Just wanted to mention that. Then if you pick one of the entries here, let's do that. Let's quickly just pick the 104. You see a lot of information, especially at the moment, COVID-19. There is some stuff going on about the dates and the money and stuff like that. Give yourself a chance to read through that. Let me zoom into this to make it a little bit more readable. First thing is the general description that you see. Then you have immediately the chance to schedule the exam, and we will talk about this later throughout this session. But what I want to point out a little bit more is the skills measured and the percentage and stuff like that. This is where you should point your attention to, and maybe you want to even download the skills outline, but let's continue with the slide deck to see what we have here. And in the meantime, feel free to just shoot in some questions in the chat window. Just interrupt me and I will try to catch them. And I would ask the track owner to just point me if there's some urgent chat questions in here. but just feel free to interrupt anytime. Okay, having said that, I want to introduce you to something that you may have heard of, or maybe this is completely new. We're talking about so-called role-based certifications. And I did bluntly steal this picture, and I have the copyright down here. There's some pictures that I did take, so try to keep all the copyright remarks in there. So the role-based certifications in contradiction to the technology-based certifications. Technology-based would be you're educated and tested and certified on one product, for example, on Server 2016. The role-based certification goes much further, and they're explicitly aiming for roles. When you see roles, you could put an analogy to, for example, a job description, and that it's where it's all started, because Microsoft and many other companies, by the way, have done the so-called job task analysis, JTA. This analysis goes across all the job descriptions that the companies are putting on, for example, portals like LinkedIn, or you name it, Monster, web pages, etc. And they're checking the descriptions of the jobs, what the companies are looking for, and they're incorporating it over time slowly in the role-based certifications. And that approach has become pretty much an industry standard. And there are different levels, from fundamentals through associate, through experts, that Microsoft has established, and they go by now far more than a job description, because a job description could be just a slither of something bigger, like the data analyst. Some data analysts are just doing the getting the data and putting them into some database or into some format that can be analyzed later on. But you will see that the data analyst role that is certified goes a little bit wider, goes a little bit broader. So role-based certification is the next big thing that is around for, I think it's 2 years plus now. If you have not had a chance to go into that, just give it a chance. Now, let's talk about this, whether that is really a good, a bad, or ugly, and the certification per se. And I've just put some of the badges that you can earn and show on your LinkedIn profile or your other personal profile, social profile. So the good thing is these Microsoft certifications, they are a recognized name. So any HR person in the world has a chance that they know about these certifications and how much effort you need to put into it to get it done. They prove some kind of competency in the area, definitely. And they also prove that the one that has achieved this certification is willing to invest time into learning and work on its own his skill set, and is current in technology, maybe even in new technology where there is not many people around that have this knowledge in this, like the AI, for example. It has pretty much become a standard, but it comes with a cost, definitely with a cost, and especially the cost. It could be a bad or a good thing. The good thing is many others have these certification things too, but they charge a lot of money. We're talking about several hundred, several thousands to just get one of the certifications. Now, on the bad side, when it comes to the cost, one of these badges does not just come with sitting in an exam. You have to sit a lot of training sessions. You have to even pass other certifications to be eligible to get this 3-star expert level. So it sums up. There is a lot of certification levels that you need to go through, and so the cost will accumulate. Well, we also see, you see this expert level, which is at the moment the highest level that you can achieve with Microsoft certifications. There's the associate level, there's the fundamental, but we all know there's the normal user. There's a normal user doing some stuff in Azure, doing some stuff in Office 365, and so on. So this kind of certification or qualification thing, that's not there. So we have no user level exams. And also some of the exam things are based on multiple choice. And, you know, multiple choice is a good thing. It's a bad thing. You can learn it by heart. Some of the stuff can even just be guessed. And so what is the value of this kind of certification? If you can just guess your way through, and by the end you get the badge and yay, everybody is happy. It's not really a proof of competency. It's more a proof that you can guess good. It's just the one of the opinions. So
We have a
is there a question?
question
Yeah,
one.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, so is the price of red certification exam same as new certificate exam?
I think I didn't get that. Can you please repeat?
Is the price of red certification exam is same as a new certificate exam?
There is no recertification thing at the moment. We only have one certification, and that's one price. So that what can happen is that we have a version of that certificate, like we just seen with the 103 and the 104. There is no recertification that Microsoft is offering at the moment. So the price is always the same. So thank you for that question. So let's now assume, and I know assume is a bad word, but let's assume you have made up your mind. You want to go for one specific certification. Maybe work with this example, the Azure Administrator, which would be the associate level. So what's next? What do you need to do? The proven way is, hey, you need to understand what the learning objectives are. And I pointed you to this stuff on the web page. Let's go back to this one here, the skills measured, okay? So you need to understand what is behind that. After you have understood, then it's time for study, 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 study. Is that good? Is it bad? I'm afraid many people think that is bad because you really have to invest and stay focused. And on top of that, it is not just reading, it is practicing. It is really doing the stuff. And it's not like our good old friend here staring at the screen. No, you really have to go through this. You have to go through the skills measured and see that you have to expect a certain percentage. And yes, I'm well aware that these percentages do not add up. So it could be that you get between 15 and 20% out of the one topic, or 30 to 35% out of the other topic. But if it comes to how to place your effort, would be, I would personally put my effort on the configure and manage virtual networking, because that is a big block with a good third of the questions to come, as well as deploy and manage Azure Compute resources, also a good chance of a third of the questions being out of this. And before somebody in the chat starts, how many questions will I get? You will get in average something around 50 questions. It could be less, it could be more. And everybody who is taking a certification test, and just to make that clear, and I think we are recording, therefore I put it in words. Once you go through this certification test and you confirm with check marks and signing with blood and stuff like that, you are signing a non-disclosure agreement, a so-called NDA. This NDA is binding you to not disclose any of the questions or the answering options to anybody else, even if that other person has taken the same test. Please take that seriously. There are people out there who are watching closely. And the reason is, if everybody would just brag around the questions and shout the answers into the world, the quality of that certification would go away, because everybody could just pick this information, learn them by heart, and just take it away without even having a good fundamental or structured knowledge about this. So please be reminded, there is a non-disclosure agreement, NDA. Don't speak about your questions that you had in the test. Be happy when you pass it, and that's just the crucial point here. But the bad thing is you have to understand it. You have to invest time and do practice. I've been asked very often, hey, I bought this official Microsoft Learning book. And if I learn this book by heart, will I be able to pass the certification test? My answer is maybe. Maybe it brings you close to the passing grade, which is 700 points out of 1,000 points. And it's not in percentage, because each of the question gives you a different number of points. And no, it will not stop once you have achieved enough points to pass. It will give you all of the questions, and at the very end it will be measured, and then you will get the results, because you could go over the 700 grade, which is an average to pass through. Okay, one of the good things is there is help available, help and that is a very good one, to do some self-assessment tools. I pointed you, and let's go back to the other one here, to the skills measured bit, with this example, AZ104. And there is an MVP out there, Chris Beachman, who is owning the build59.com web page. He's an MVP, and together with Dan Patrick, they put together some Excel sheets. Excel sheets that are free, available for download, and you can do a self-assessment. They have broken this down into how much do you know about this? How confident are you in that area? And it's not just these 5 sections here. They have broken it down into real granular, out of the official skill metrics. And then you can do your self-assessment and find your areas where you need more knowledge, where you need to study harder to be able to answer all questions around that one topic. Highly recommend it, and big shout to the guys here, Chris and Dan. Great job. And take a chance to pick your assessment and go do that assessment. And another tip, if you have done your first assessment, do the study, do the learning, and then do a reassessment and see how you go from first version to next version and stuff like that. Really is helpful to see your own progress, how your confidence grows once you study and not only read but do stuff in the portal, for example. Now, next thing is allocating time. Allocating time is such a personal thing, and therefore our 3 guys up there, yes, we need them, but I'm not sure whether that's a good, a bad, or ugly, because some people are able to just allocate whole weeks, block themselves out, and do the studying, like suck it all in, and then at the end of the week or 2 weeks or how much time they ever need, go to the test and be successful. Work time sometimes works different, so some people are just able to slot away specific learning days, 1 day a week, maybe even on the weekend, maybe in alignment with your employer, 1 day throughout the working days. But that's up to the ones that are challenging themselves with the certification test. And the last bit that's very common, reserve some daily learning time, an hour, maybe 2, depends on your personal situation. But these are the approaches, and then plan it and act on it, execute on your own assessment here. Yes, we all know there are good and bad things happening and the priorities shift, but try to go back to your schedule. And the best thing I can advise, stay focused. Just don't lose your focus. What's helping me personally, and it's just my way to doing it, I sign up for the test and I put a date in my calendar. Say, this end of May, I want to pass this certification test. And I'm one of these, I want to crush through the learning and then do the certification. So I'm probably not the best of all examples in a structured learning, but that works for me. You have to find your own way. And as I said before, stay focused. Stay focused helps you to achieve your goal. That's my advice. And whether it's good or bad or ugly, you define. Next bit would be, haha, I told you, practice, practice, practice. And I can repeat this. I can repeat this 10 times. You have to learn how to do stuff. And some people say, oh, that's ugly. Why do I need to learn? Grow a bone, man. This is a certification. This is something where you want to shine and rise and stand up and out above others that are not willing to invest or not able to invest or cannot focus on these topics. So this practicing part, it's some kind of, sometimes I call it, you have to train your muscle brain. Your fingers need to know what to type. Your mouse needs to fly around in the portals, like how do I do an Azure Active Directory stuff? How do I create virtual machines in the portal? Maybe with the Cloud Shell or the other shells, or even with Azure Resource Manager templates, ARM templates, in Visual Studio Code, or any other of the portals like Teams, etc., etc. So beside studying, learning the material, the written stuff, you need to get your fingers dirty and do stuff in the portal. That is the additional bit that has the chance to lift you over this passing grade of 700 points in the in the most of all cases. So reading, doing, repeating, and that's the principle here. You try some stuff, you may fail. You try it again, you may fail again until you master that one step, until you master that one step and take this success home. And then you do the reassess again. Go to the assessment thing. And again, some people say, that's exactly my way. I find this is the best approach. Some people say, oh, you know what, there's a lot of time going in this try, fail, try again. These people may say, oh, this is bad. I don't like it. It's ugly. Make up your mind. But I myself, I learn a lot through the mistakes, through the errors that happen, through the dialog boxes that I cannot fill, or a PowerShell script that tells me, oh, I'm missing X, Y, Z here. Why don't you give me this parameter value? And I say, oh, wait a moment. Why didn't I see that before? So this is this fail bit that then makes this one moment stick in my brain, that I can go to the next level and make my script successfully deploy a virtual machine, for example. But as I said, it's up to you. You can take a ready script and just roll it out, and you know how to roll it. But if that script fails, are you really bulletproof to fix that script, to bring it to success? Just challenge yourself with this question and answer it for yourself. Now, I may have talked roughly half an hour now, but that was just the easy part. That was just the easy part, because it's all written down. This is all material that can be found. There's a lot of stuff in there. You still have to do the certification, right? So let's talk about that bit. And now we are in the details, and you saw on this web page here, there's this schedule exam button, this one here. This schedule exam bit is what we're talking about. If you have not already, you do need a Microsoft account, so-called MSA or Hotmail or Outlook.com, whatever you call it, but you need to have this identity. This gives you access to the certification, and later on also to your personalized certification page, where you can look up your stuff and so on. So that is a must-have. Otherwise, you will not be able to sign up for this. On top of that, if you have not done before, and this button is guiding you through this process, you are registering with the testing provider. And this testing provider is called Pearson VUE. They have looped it into that, but just want to point you to this. You have to have both of the registrations successfully achieved. Now, to do this successful, you need these two underlined requirements. You need picture IDs. Picture IDs to prove that you are the person that is registering here. And of course, there is some payment involved. You saw the amount for the certification test that I've chosen as the example here. And if you do not have a credit card or you do not have a picture ID because of whatever reason, you will have difficulties and you need to find some way around that. Now, having passed this quality gate, that's up to you now to decide on the date and the time. And on the next level, it is whether you want to take the test in a testing center or take it remote, online, at home, in a office, in a room that is available. And this is very interesting because the remote testing has boomed, of course, because of these ugly guys on the top right bit. And it is at the moment a little bit difficult to get a slot that is convenient for everybody. Just make sure that you're picking a slot that you're able to make and when you're awake and stuff like that. Some people have even chosen in the middle of the night slots to be able to get this rolled very quickly. Another recommendation is create a learning group or be part of a learning group that has the same focus. In real life, meet people, maybe not such a good idea at the moment, but it could be online. Find a group on Facebook, on LinkedIn, or any other social media. Join these learning groups and maybe challenge yourself with questions or with tasks, or hey, I struggled here, couldn't solve that. Can please somebody give me a pointer? But if you ask for pointers, please be so kind, tell the others what you tried. Not, I'm falling into this kind of error, please fix it for me. That is not a way to approach a community or learning group. The others would like to see what you have tried so far to have a learning experience out of that already. Also, there are official study guides and private study guides that are not violating the NDA that I mentioned before. And for your convenience, I've highlighted one of these down there in the links, and you can have all the links through the PowerPoint presentation, of course. So I'm going to give this presentation to for you to download and just use these guides here. And also consider study material. There is study material, Microsoft, but these are the Microsoft docs, of course, and I can show you this quickly. Let's go into this. Where are my docs? Where are my docs? Technical documentation. So this would be the Microsoft docs. Just go into your finding machine, docs.microsoft.com, just your browser, and then you see all this area from Windows through Azure, Visual Studio, and stuff like that. Or you can just deep dive immediately into the Azure bit. And this learning path element here, that is the session that the colleague at 3 p.m. will talk about later on. So I will not dive into this bit here. Now, going back to the slides, and there's other stuff, and I have a list of links for you. And as I mentioned before, after going through this material and having studied and having done the practicing bit, do the self-assessment again and get confident. Get confident in what you're doing and solving issues. Also challenge yourself in the learning group. Try to tackle the issues that the others are presenting. You may be too shy at the moment to come up with a solution suggestion, but try to figure it out for yourself. And over time, you're getting more and more confident, and you see a solution, and then you maybe are able to say, yeah, I know the answer. This is how it worked for me. And so also there are some assessment tests around, again, official assessment tests, and that give you the chance to go through the procedure of tests, to see the questions, how they are really asking the stuff. And there are more slides to come about this quality of the questions. Most of the assessment tests, some are free, but most of them are coming with a little bit of a price here, and it's up to you to decide whether you want to invest into your career with this money that you're paying for that. Having said that, this is the link, and I find it's a good assembly of lists, assembly of links here. So we have the docs Microsoft. You have seen that before. The Learn Azure was the second one, and don't be puzzled by this one 7534 link. It's just that they kept the link, and I show you what we're having behind that. You find the AZ300, Azure Architecture Technologies exam prep from Scott Duffy, one of the Udemy trainers. He's also very active on Facebook. AZ301 would be the second course to go through all this stuff towards the Azure Architect, the expert level with the 3 stars. Others to mention would be WizLabs, Pluralsight, PactPub, or even Skylines Academy. As I mentioned before, some of them are coming with a price. It's up to you to decide. I'm just pointing you to additional help beside the Microsoft documentation. And as I said, most of the people I spoke with are very happy with the quality that is behind there, but it's up to you to decide whether it is good or not good. These ones here have a good reputation, so to say. The certification test itself. We have the 2 tracks here at the test center and the remote testing here. The test center, that's quite easy. After you have gone through all this, select time, select location, and said you want to do it in the test center. Suggestion is be ahead of the time, be traffic aware. Come come rested would be also good advice. Some people are coming in very hasty. Don't forget your documents. Don't forget your ID documents. You don't have to. You cannot pay on site. You pay before, but the IDs need to be seen, that you can prove that you're really the person who signed up for this test. And after that, what I like very much is just follow the instructions of the on-site staff, and they will guide you through the process and just tell you, okay, leave your watch and your whatever you have with you in this personal locker, and you're not allowed to take anything for writing, taking notes, phone, stuff like that into the actual testing room. Just be aware of that. And once you're sitting at the place where you're taking the test, it's pretty much follow the instructions, be time aware. There is a time, there's a clock on that certification test. There may be others in the same room with you, so I kindly ask you just to be quiet while you're taking the test and just do your celebration, your Cheerios, your whatever when you're outside. For the remote testing, you want to prepare your testing place, and I didn't want to repeat one very good write-up from Thomas Mara, who I happen to know personally. He did write down how to take a test at home, the online test thing. You need to prepare your testing place. They are proctored, means that somebody is having access to your camera. They can look into your room, and they don't want to see any documents, any papers, any books, or anything writable, different additional screens beside the one screen that you have on your desk and stuff like that. You want to check in ahead of the time. Also, you're waiting for somebody who will be the greeter, and then check the environment again with you. You have to follow their instructions. I had situations where I was asked to show my glasses into the camera, that they see that there's no camera attached to that. They wanted to see my watch, whether that is a smart watch that can record audio or can do a picture. They also ask you to have your ID documents and mobile device in reach, first of all, to verify that you are the person, but also if the session breaks, that there is a chance to call them and make sure that your session is continuing. And once you're in that meeting, in that certification test, it is like a meeting. Then you can just follow the instructions, but be aware the camera is on and the microphone is on. Means nobody is allowed to walk into that room. You're not allowed to speak. You're not allowed to mumble away, keep the fingers in front of your mouth and just murmur. Some people have the habit of talking to themselves while they read the screen. It's okay. It's absolutely okay. But not while you're taking a certification test. So please be aware of that. That could trigger their reactions, and they will ask you to stop that or ask you who are you talking to, stuff like that. And I myself, I have a very wide screen, and they even stopped me one time in a test because I was pointing the mouse to the lower right corner, where's the button for the click next question, and they were seeing that I was looking down very often to the lower right, very often lower right. So I was stopped in the middle of the certification test, and they asked me, what are you doing? Why are you looking there? So I swiveled around my camera, which happened to be a USB connected, and I showed them the screen, and on the top left is the writing of the question, and in the lower right is the next button. Luckily, that was some while ago. By now, you can just control zoom into the text, and then the writing becomes bigger, and you're not so far away from the area where to read to where to click. Now, okay, I hear you. I just want to pointed you to several things. Now I go into the test, okay? What do you have to expect in the test? And the normal things are you have multiple choice, radio buttons, check marks, but be aware, just read accurately. Sometimes they tell you choose the 2 correct answers or select all correct answers, select NYZ and stuff like that. Just read carefully. There are drop downs where in a kind of text, you have to drop down, and then you see 1, 2, 3, n answering options, and you just, like in a normal screen, select the answer, and then you are able to proceed with the next question. There is some drag and drop thing where you have a source code or a PowerShell script or stuff like that. You just have an area where you have on the left bit the possible answers. They're movable. You just take your mouse and drag and drop the answer text blocks into the script or source code or whatever you have there. There's even sometimes a text where you have fill the blanks, but that is not so common anymore. What I like very much is select multiple entries from a list of actions and bring them into the right order. By the way, that was a very sarcastic comment by mine. So you imagine you have 5, 6, 8, 10 activities on one side of the screen. And the question is, oh, you want to do this and this and this. Take all the necessary actions. Maybe sometimes they tell you how many actions, and put them on the other side of the screen and bring them in the right order. Could be 3, could be 4. Normally they tell you, but yeah, you will see. And then you just drag and drop and rearrange until you're confident that this list of actions is the right thing to achieve that task in question. Be aware there are sections of questions, blocks of questions, and they will tell you during the certification test, this is covering XYZ scenario, and you get n questions in that block. And once you finish that block, you cannot go back. Even at the end of the block, they tell you, if you click next, this is it. You cannot go back to that block. Okay. One kind of block would be, they give you a scenario, and then they give you an answer, and they ask you, the answer that we're giving here, is that solving the issue? And then you just decide yes and no. And then you move forward. And they give you a similar scenario, but a different answer. And they ask you again, is this the right answer? And then you have to decide yes and no. Very tricky because you cannot go back. Especially if you learn over time, oh shoot, I could have done, sorry for my English, you could have done X, Y, Z, and then you want to go back to question number 1 and say, I missed that. Last but not least, latest kit on the block is the so-called performance-based testing, which actually is a VM. They start a virtual machine for you. The virtual machine is hooked up to a special tenant, and you get the username and password to log into the Azure portal, and then you get tasks in a certain number that you need to do. My advice is the practice bit before that we mentioned. Practice, practice, practice. If you have practiced a lot, this will not be very challenging because this is just stuff you normally do. I do see sometimes the questions where, is this certification test, does this have performance-based testing? Yes and no. I don't care personally, because in real life, I wouldn't care if I need to go and open the portal and do some stuff, because that is my job to do. So if there is performance-based testing or not, it's just normal life. And Microsoft is not disclosing which has or which has not. Just assume you will have it. If you don't like it, be happy if you don't get it. If you get it, just do the tasks that are asked and proceed with that. Now, my last advice before we go into the Q&A bit is try to be efficient in the answering. What do I mean with that? And I think that's a good one. So normally you have one question, and you have that on the top, you have the info. This is question number XYZ of this amount of questions, la, la, la. But this question is structured in a certain way. And so far, the advice has gotten quite good feedback. Let's dissect one of the questions here. So you have the scenario information to give you a little bit of context. You even have sometimes several tabs, like this one here. You get the context, you get additional context, la, la, la. A lot of text, a lot of stuff to inhale and understand and consume at all. Now, then there is this other area on the screen where this is a lot of information regarding the question. And then there's another area of the screen where it just says the actual question. It could be at the end of the paragraphs where it says, please answer this. And then you have below that the text of the answers 1, 2, 3 in either of the qualities, radio button, check marks, whatever, all of the above. Now, that could be a lot to inhale if you go with every question, go through all of it. My advice to my students, and I'm giving this for more than 20 years now, is why don't you go ahead and read the answers first? Read what they expect you to be one of the right ones. Why I'm saying so? If you go through all the scenario and you see the challenge and stuff like that, in your head, you may build up the solution. I know the answer. And then you come to the answers and my answer is not among the answers that they have. So you start rehearsing what you have done before and you're losing time. You're just losing time. So my approach is read the answers and then you read the actual question. Maybe at that point in time, you are already able to answer that. Could be, but sometimes you're not. So you go back one level where you just take the information that are above the question, the actual questions, the sentence with the question mark, right? So you inhale the additional information that are written above the question. Sometimes that is enough to know which of the answers down there is the right one, and then you can quickly proceed without wasting your time reading through all the scenario information. But not, even if the step number 3 has not brought you to the light of, wow, I know it now. If you now start reading the scenario information, your mind is focused. Your mind is focused on the answers. You know exactly what they're looking for, and then you're hopefully able to go through the text more quickly because of maybe it's a business requirement, maybe it's a technical requirement, maybe it's a security requirement that they're aiming for, and then you can quickly narrow down in what area of the context you need to read to find that nugget that gives you the chance to flip the coin to one or the other side. Now that is a very successful way of going through the questions and hopefully find the right answers. Having said that, just don't panic. Time is an element in here, but please don't panic. Even if you're running out of time, don't skip questions. If you are in the last minute or 2 of your test and you see the clock ticking, just shoot blindly. Just shoot blindly just to make sure that you have one or the other point that you're just getting it. Maybe just one question that brings you over the hurdle of 700 points in your certification test. With that, I wish you good luck with your next certification test. Thank you for all, and I think it's a good time for Q&A now.
So we have one question, and I think you answered for one bit that we cannot have a second screen during the exam. But
no, we cannot have a second screen. You have one screen. Just to give you an example, I have my laptop. And I have an extended, I have a second screen attached to that. And although I have that as the main screen, they ask me to shut down the lid of the laptop, which could be tricky if you have not paid attention to the power options of your laptop, because very often if you shut the laptop, they go into the sleep or suspend mode. You want to make sure if you take it on the laptop that this is not happening.
Yeah, so you can have a screen, but only one.
Yeah.
And what about touch screen? So like some laptops have a touch screen. Can you use this one?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. There is no objection against that. But so far, they have not really nailed it down to only touch questions. So they go to the smallest amount of technical capabilities, that is mouse and keyboard. Not every person out in the world has a touch screen, so that is not, but it works. It works. I've done it, but I've not used it actively in a test. Mouse and keyboard works for me.
So if I have 2 screens attached to my computer, should I disconnect one? It's Dragon's asking.
It depends on your personal reading capabilities. I prefer the large screen, and that means that I have the second screen attached, and I just blank out the second screen, have the power options to do not go to any safe state or whatever, and just close the lid. Right, and when the proctor of the scenario, of the test is asking me to put that laptop away, I have to tell them, okay, if I have to put that away, then we're canceling the session because that is the machine that I'm using to talk to you, and they normally give in. It's a clean desk. I mentioned this walkthrough that Thomas Maurer mentioned, and let's bring up this. Where is Thomas? Where did I bring? No. This is the one link that I did not open. Okay. Nope. Let's go back to this link. This one. Bigger. And so I suggest that people consider the stuff that Thomas has written down here. After scheduling the exam, you just choose this at my home or office, and take the time, and there is a little bit of software that needs to be downloaded to your machine to check there's no background process like Teams or even a dual screen thing, stuff like that. So you want to make sure that there is no other software running in the background. You even confirm that to them, and the system pre-check. You should do that system pre-check maybe even on the day before or on that day before you actually go into the session. There's some hardware requirements, software requirements, but your work environment, make it a clean desk. Make it a clean desk. Thomas wrote down here that he's doing it in his kitchen because there is no bookshelf in the background, there is no documents and stuff like that. I once was even asked to physically unplug the electricity of the printer that was close to my desk. So this kind of things, don't get angry with them when they ask you this kind of questions. They're just doing their job. Just try to be patient, even if it's ridiculous. I was once time asked, oh, there's a basket, a paper basket underneath your desk. Please remove that. Stuff like that. Sometimes it's ridiculous for you, but there are people out there who try to actively cheat with this in this way. And if you would help in your way to just, yeah, make it nice. More Q&A.
I think that's all of questions you answer on, but if you want to stay longer and people have still questions, they can still ask in chat.
Yeah.
And in 7 minutes, we'll start another session. So if you could stay for the 7 minutes and ask other questions, it would be great. Thank you very much for a really great session today.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Damian, Kevin, you guys want to share your screen? Would that be all right?
Oh, we can certainly give that a shot today. Let me just make sure I put on the right screen, so I should be seeing Azure.
You got yourself dressed, Damian. Good man.
I did. I even shaved, Kevin. I found a blade that wasn't blunt.
I can see your portal screen.
Fantastic. Now let me just figure out have I got the right cameras on. Are you looking at my bald side or my bald front? Front, good. Super. We're almost there.
Guys, before you go, I have the one question here. Can you show the slide with the links? I didn't have time to make a screen, a print screen. If you allow me, I would quickly pull that up and give a chance for Dragos to take the shot. Just a sec.
Yeah, just go for it.
Okay, nobody told me I was supposed to use slides. God damn it.
No slides.
Gregor, do you want me to put the slide up?
Just wait. Just wait. Give me a chance
Rolf's going to put his slide up real quick.
Oh, perfect. Sorry.
Yeah. So Dragos, here's the screen with the links. And the whole deck will be made available later on, so you should have access to that later on too. Just let me know whether you are fine, Dragos, with a screenshot. 3, 2, 1. I think that was okay now. And back to you, Damian. Thank
Absolutely, no problem. Thank you for a fantastic presentation. I have now got a lot more courage about actually sitting an exam from the house. Not done that yet.
You can go under the stairs also.
Might have just about as much chance of passing, to be honest. Now, okay. Right, so what are we talking about today? We're going to talk about infrastructure and architecture and DevOps. All cool things. Now, let's see, what have I got on the screen here? Right, I wasn't joking about slides, guys. We are going to be extremely light on slides. And that's by design, to be honest. Okay, so for those of you that have seen me speak before, you'll have a good idea that I like to be somewhat dramatic and interactive. And despite the fact that we are virtual, I would still like us to try and be as interactive as possible. So all fingers off the mute button, essentially. Feel free to unmute. You can turn on the cameras. As Kevin says, you must have clothes on, so that requirement I'm not going to argue with. But beyond that, if you have any sort of question related to infrastructure in Azure, DevOps, or deploying applications into Azure through DevOps or onto that infrastructure, i.e. anything to do with deployments, then it's open fair game for this. The topic that we're going to cover is going to essentially have value, or hopefully will have value, to both the dev side of the house and the ops side of the house. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges. And far more importantly, we're going to talk about a lot of the learnings and how to actually approach this so that we can be somewhat successful. So I suppose before we kick off, is there anybody with one or two questions already sitting in your mind that you'd like to hope that I might address today? And please don't be shy. Anything is good because it helps me to level set, and it also helps me to ensure that you're going to get good value out of your hour. And yes, Elizabeth, this is the session for DevOps. So if you've got a question or something that you'd like to be hearing, good place to let me know. Actually sure what we're seeing on screen. I think the only thing we're seeing on screen right now is my
You just see your face, Damian.
That's no problem at all. So I suppose the question is, those of you that are sticking around for this section, what is it you're hoping to learn? And you feel free to unmute or to type. Is there something specific that you're kind of hoping we might address? Have you got some things that you're doing in Azure, either through infrastructure or dev, that you'd like to address? Give me some ideas of some of the value points you'd be taking away. Are you doing this and is it working for you? Are you doing this and is it driving you completely batty? You're trying to figure out, should I be doing a Punami versus Azure ARM versus Terraform?
I do have a question.
Yeah, please.
I'm currently working a lot with ARM templates, but I see a lot of YAML coming in, and I'm wondering if well, I don't really feel the urge to use YAML because most things I can do in ARM. How do you look at that, the ARM versus YAML?
Okay, fantastic question. I'm going to hold the answer to during the session, if you don't mind a little piece. I think it's a really
Sure.
good start point. And as I go through this, Theo, if I got your name pronounced right,
Yes.
as I try to address that, feel free to jump back in and point me that I'm not addressing your question directly, or
Sure.
drill in deeper, because those questions are absolutely, you're not the only one that's asked that, let me put it that way. And I've also made some recommendations previously to go to YAML. And at this point, I'm actually probably going to reverse that, but I'll explain that as well. Any other questions or thoughts that we should put on the list?
I think, Damo, what we'll do is we'll collate any questions that come in here if people are too shy to come off the mic or if they don't have the right audio, and I'll pose them to you. I'll jump in each time we have a break, if needs be.
Yeah, we'll break. So let me introduce my co-host Kevin. Is going to try and control me for the next hour, and good luck to him for that. Kevin is also an Azure guru. He's the Azure lead for Ergo out of Dublin as a consulting operation, and I've had the pleasure of knowing Kevin for quite a number of years, and unfortunately he's had the pleasure of listening to me waffle for a few of those years too. My name is Damian Flynn. I'm sitting over in the west coast of Ireland, and I am an Azure MVP currently, carrying the accolade now since 2011, and I'm also a Cisco champion since 2014. My focus has essentially been on the dev world and the operations world over my career, which has spanned beyond 30 years, with responsibilities from everything from dealing with the networks to dealing with identity and everything that comes either side of those fences. I made a change probably 3 years ago and left the world, what I like to call the real world, the enterprise, and jumped over into the dark side to the consulting world, which was a really difficult decision for me because I have a passion of hatred for consultants. So jumping over to that side really wasn't something I was very comfortable with. And well, that passion hasn't changed a lot. I'm still not a major fan of consultants. So a lot of the time when I'm working with my customers, I sit back and have to ask the question afterwards, is this guy going to tell me when I shake his hands as I finish, thank you, you were great, I love you. And in 6 weeks time, if I meet him, is he possibly going to give me a slap? Because at this point he no longer loves me. And it was addressing that scenario, it became first and foremost in a lot of the things that we try to do and what I plan to do during this session. So you're about to give up an hour of your time to listen to me waffle. And my only request beyond saying thank you for actually taking that hour is essentially to make sure you get the questions that you're thinking about answered. And the only way that's going to happen, because I'm not a magician, is by stopping and telling me. So at that point, please feel free to put a comment into the chat window. Kevin is happy to interrupt and call that question out, or hit the unmute button and jump in yourself and ask the questions. I'm not going to waste a million miles of time with PowerPoint today. There are millions of decks by Microsoft, millions of presentations that cover that stuff. And 90% of the time we're talking about this is what we might do in a lab environment. But when you get into the real world, you get your fingers burnt pretty hard. And this crap that seems great on paper really doesn't work. Or if it does work, it works for you, but it will not scale beyond it worked for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a turn around, and I'm basically going to talk a little bit about how we make this stuff work. We'll try and answer those questions so that as you leave here at the end of the day, I hope that you will be able to pull away an approach and answer some of the doubts or the questions or the challenges in your mind of how to do infrastructure. The primary target of this is probably from the ops perspective, because generally the ops team have the much larger curve in this journey. Dev teams have already been using the build tools. Okay, I'll slow down, Elizabeth. Thank you. First piece of good comments. So the dev teams generally don't have a lot of problems using pipelines and all of this type technology in order to build their applications. They're very comfortable with the idea of a build controller and a release and making things work. The IT team, on the other hand, well, we're a process-driven operation. We have guys that are skilled on doing a particular activity, and then once they've got that activity down pat, they may train more people in to do the same thing, but that is their domain of experience. That is their domain of knowledge, and they're generally not the best people in the world to want to actually transfer that over onto other people's domains, or more importantly, they may not want to actually learn the other person's domain. Think of the DBA sitting in the IT team, and think of the network guy in the IT team, and then think of the Azure guy. Those guys are not going to cross-pollinate information between each other very often. Yet, that's exactly what's been assumed is going to happen when we talk about doing DevOps and making IT DevOps. And then you get the opposite side, and we talk about no ops. We don't need to worry about any of this stuff. So there's a whole load of utopian bullshit, if you don't mind me stating it, because none of this is really real, and none of this actually can be done in the real world. So we need to figure out what can be done, and why does DevOps matter? Why do we talk about that topic when we speak about cloud? And I'll tell you why, very simply. Because we can automate the stuff in the cloud where I couldn't automate the stuff in the data center. If I wanted to automate the building of a new VMware host and a number of VMware clients connected into the fabric, the only automation I could do is call my team and tell them get their butt down to the data center with the new servers, rack it and stack it, and then come back. So the robots in this place, well, they were my team, my humans. And in the cloud, well, the robot in this scenario is the ARM system, the Azure Resource Manager system. So I don't actually need to have a human in. And as a result, it's easier for me to actually do this infrastructure in code approaches in the cloud because I can actually do end to end. Where the reality is on premise, and the IT teams all know this, you can only do so much of the puzzle, but you can't do the lot. We don't all have the luxury of running fully software-defined networks across our data center. And lots of us have spent time trying to do that with VMware or Microsoft's virtual machine manager and the software-defined networking stack and the software-defined storage stack. But let's be honest, it's not all that. There is a whole lot of, I need to get under the hood to make this stuff work. So you can't depend on that. And if we can't depend on it, then we're not going to do it. We have other things for doing. So with this fabric in place, one of the first challenges that I come up with, and Kevin, you might be able to help me with this, is that we've got guys over in the dev team that are essentially known as the architects. And funny enough, we have architects over in the IT team as well. What's their role? What's their job? What do you expect these guys to be doing?
Fighting against each other.
Well, that's pretty much the reality of what happens. But if these guys were all being productive, what do you think they should have been doing?
Should be collaborating.
Yeah. So the idea is they should be collaborating before you get the single piece of artifact to put out. So I suppose the scenario here is that dev exists because of operations. Operations need to do something like run a shop or run a bank or make a manufacturing. And as a result, you need operations to write some sort of application to make life easier, gather the data, control a robot, whatever the case may be. And then as a result, the grunt work needs to be done by the IT team. Make sure that this domain knowledge is essentially put into practice, made reliable, and monitored to make sure it runs. That's the IT job. So these two architects, we would expect them to kind of sit down somewhere early in this exercise to say, well, this is what we're going to build, and this is what we need you to maintain, the dev and the ops. Fair enough? So let's take that analogy for a second, and we think about infrastructure as code. The idea behind infrastructure as code is that we can basically write the ops Bible. So previously we had this ops Bible, which was essentially a Word doc saying, hey, I want to deploy a new Windows server that's going to be used for running my SQL environment. And I ended up with a big long document. And that document basically says, grab the CD from the file server, install the CD, deploy the following patches, make sure that you check these boxes as you're going through the install wizard. And when you finish doing that, we know the recipe. It's like baking a cake, and we've wrote those blogs over the years. And the reality is that it decays, and it decays pretty quick because somebody comes out with a new version of the product, and the choices have moved around, or the choices have been hidden into a registry hack at the back end, and well, your recipe doesn't really work anymore, or your naming standard has changed in the back end, and all of a sudden I can't figure out what I'm supposed to call it. And well, the long and the short of it is, your infrastructure guides, your disaster recovery guides, all of these things that we need for ops, they collect dust. They provide me absolutely no value other than making my boss happy, and more importantly, the people that are responsible for the compliance, the control docs people, well, they're happy too, because we have the document for the DR. We've not tried it in about 4 years, so the chances are it'll never work when we do need it, but we have the docs, so box is ticked. So let's go back and let's think about how would we do this properly. If we were in a situation that we wanted to build an infrastructure, and that infrastructure was going to be built in a way that was reusable, how would I do that? And that's not a rhetorical question. So let's answer that by thinking in a slightly different way. In the morning, you make a decision, you want to build a brand new house. Okay, you're going to build, which means that the first thing you need to do is you need to go and talk to some boss, in this particular case, the bank man, and say, hey, I've got this mad idea. I want to get some money to build a house. Do you think there's a possibility you will approve that? And he's probably going to come back and say, yeah, I've looked at your credit ratings, I've looked at your history, you look good. You take that same scenario and bring that back into your world that is in the enterprise, and you basically go to the manager and say, hey, I've got this idea. What do you think? Would it fly? And you might get a bit of a blessing saying, yeah, I like the concept. Go get me more information. Give me a little more idea of how much money you might actually need, how much time, what resources we're going to need to make this happen. And as you do that, you're starting on a journey. What's that journey called, Kevin? Any ideas?
A painful one.
A painful one.
If you're on the upside.
It's the journey of the architect.
Yeah.
You're now going to start planning. You're going to draw this thing out, and I'm going to come up with this lovely shoebox, and then you're going to show it to the team. They look at it and say, shoebox, it's boring. I'd like to have a sunroom on that, and I'd like to have an ensuite, and I'd like to have 3 bathrooms. So you go back and you redesign this thing and you make it a little bigger, and then you're kind of thinking, I'm going to need a bit more money. This thing's getting a bit bigger, but you know, there's a good reason for this, and I might get away with it. Now, if we continue that process over a couple of weeks, we'll get to a point when we have a nice architecture. We have a plan of action of what we're going to do. And that's generally what we're seeing happening over in the dev world. How often do you see that happen in the IT world? Right? And then think about that a second time, because that's not really a fair question. The IT guys do architect, but do they architect with the dev architects at the same time? That's probably no. At least in most of my experiences so far, it's no. There's a handoff between the architect and the dev saying, hey, this is what we need, and then the handoff from the architect in IT saying, this is what we can do. So when you turn around to me and say, hey, I want you to run this in Oracle, the IT guy on the opposite side might be saying, yeah, but we only run Microsoft SQL. And the debate begins. So if we take that same scenario, how are we actually going to successfully build that house? If one man says, hey, I want to build it from timber, and the other guy says, I want to build it from block, well, do the architectures work? Does that design work? The chances are it doesn't. And more importantly, who am I going to hand that to next? I need to hand it up to the boss, first of all, so that he can scale in and bring in the right peoples. Now, am I bringing in carpenters, or am I bringing in blockies to do the blocks? What resources am I ordering? Am I ordering a bale of bricks, or am I ordering a lot of lumber? And how long is it going to take me to build, right? So immediately at the start, we're in trouble, because we really have not figured out what's going to happen. So if we take that journey a little bit further and we got that house built, we're going to actually make it livable. We're going to want to put in floors and furniture and stuff. And you know that it's not the original architect that has any opinion on what goes into it. No. That is everybody else. These guys are going to come in with their applications and look, we put up that app and that original architecture, we got it into production, and then we realized that, well, we didn't have this a piece of monitoring, or we didn't have this feature added, and we get a pile of drift. Is that drift included in the architecture documentation? No. So if we start with all of this in the background, and then we think about how do we go to the cloud, there's a pretty serious analogy here. The typical experience is when I go into the cloud, I come in here and I say, I want to create a new resource. I figure that I want a new website. And then as I work through this wizard, I start architecting backwards. I log into this thing and then I realize pretty quickly that, well, in order for me to actually have this website, I need to know some answers. Where am I going to build it? Where have I got the planning permission for? How am I going to actually plumb this into the actual sewage system? All of these things. So we know as we've done this once or twice, well, it probably will be a good idea to check to see if there's an existing sewage system or if I need to put in percolation. All of these answers need to be pre-architected. So the infrastructure got to be in place. And then if the infrastructure is in place, when the builder comes in, we'd expect that the pipework he's going to use to plug in should be pretty much standard. He can pick it up and run with it anytime he wants. So he doesn't have to have a new certification behind him saying, okay, I can plug into the plumbing system that's used in the west of Ireland. And the next project, when I go back to visit Kevin in Dublin, well, they've got a different set of pipes. So he's got to learn a whole new set of architecture and a whole new set of certifications to figure out how to connect those connectors. So we want to make sure that as we take these analogies and we move into the real world, that we architect at the start and everything we architect can be used by everybody involved in the journey. And we also need to make sure that as we start this journey, we build it in such a way that everybody agrees with it, because if nobody agrees, then we're in a lot of trouble. So what we're going to talk about is how do I approach this? And we're going to approach infrastructure in Azure in modules, right? Think about the fact that I'm building a house. I'm going to have lumber. If I go and buy lumber, that lumber is going to come in specific types, shapes and sizes. It'll be a 2x4, a 6x8. If it's a block, it's going to be a 9-inch, or it's a cavity, or it's a soap bar, or it's a lintel, right? These are known standards. Everybody's very clear on what they're going to do once they know what they're using. But that's not the case over in Azure. That's absolutely not the case over in Azure because, well, we know the resource we're going to deploy, but there are so many choices sitting in here. And I'm not sure if I should go Windows or Linux, the runtime stack. Like on this page alone, oh my God, what am I supposed to use, right? And we could turn around and we could say that this is specific to the particular application you're about to deploy, but is it? Is it really? Is it part of the architecture to be absolutely generic for every single thing we do? Because that becomes pretty interesting from a monitoring perspective. And this also becomes part of this challenge we have with IT not really wanting to be cooperative at this point because there are simply too many choices. And then you've got the opposite side of the coin. Well, we just use governance to sort that out. I just hide all those options and we're just going to go with this. So that's not architecture either. That's behavior enforcement, and that behavior enforcement forces, well, shadow IT. We don't need IT if that's the case. We'll just do it in our own subscriptions. So how I propose we do this is we go back and we follow exactly how every other industry works. We take a modular approach and we look at the things that we build, and you'll see, as I'm showing you on screen here, the stuff that we build is the common pieces.
We're not seeing your screen, dude.
Oh man, well that's not good. So let me just see if we can fix that. Hang on. You've been looking at my ugly mode for too long. I apologize. So now you see my screen. Let's see if I can zoom this in a little bit bigger to make it. There you go. Right. So what I'm showing is essentially what I like to call the Lego blocks, right? And I'm calling them Lego blocks because now I'm not actually talking about lumber or bricks, but I'm actually still talking in the same concept. And these are my Lego blocks. These modules build something. So in this particular case, it doesn't take an absolute genius to figure out that, well, this one's going to build a firewall. This one's going to do a gateway. This one's going to do a key vault. So what's so special about these? Why would I want to do this? Well, what's special about these is that the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to document it. I'm going to turn around and say, look, this block is going to give you exactly what it says it is, a key vault, a set of policies. And from that, I can turn around and make this thing a little bit more readable. I can turn around and say, there is a set of things you need to tell me. And if I zoom outwards, maybe this thing will read a little bit easier, or even if I had a preview, it might even read even. Yeah, there you go. So what matters here is I can turn around and say, is this mandatory? No, 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 yes, no, 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 right? So This block is great at building a key vault, but this block, you don't need to know much about it. You can be a junior brickie that has never built another house before. You can stand beside the guy that's done this a million times, but you should be able to come in here, grab the block, put it up, and end up with a key vault. First thing I've learned is I don't need to understand all of these things. It's not important to me. But if I do start using this block and I do turn on these things, I might get a different experience. I might be able to do additional pieces. And this is where this whole idea of governance and making things architecturally the same kicks in. So if we think about the world of ops today, we have this requirement that if you're going to put something into production, you need a checklist. Did you make sure you have backups? Did you make sure it's monitoring? Did you make sure it's encrypted? Are you using a size that's appropriate? How is it for cost? There are 21 items generally on this checklist, right? And the reality is for that junior, he has no idea of what any of those are. And more importantly, for the dev guy, he probably knows a quarter of them, but he certainly doesn't know the rest of them. And he doesn't need to know the rest of them because, well, that's an ops responsibility. You need to make sure you've backed up the system. You need to make sure the servers are being monitored or audited or wherever the cases may be. So this is where the first architecture changes must happen. The building blocks that we're going to use is pure Azure, right? We're going to take all of the standard Azure ARM templates and there's no rocket science going on here. I can come over into this and I can quickly go and I can look at the Azure Quick Start templates that are open for everybody in GitHub to use. But there is something that I'd like to call out here. Quick Start templates are exactly that. They're Quick Start. They get you going. They show you a quick way of doing something like putting together a domain service. But these are not production ready. These should not be used in production in any shape or form because you won't have backups. You won't have monitoring. You won't have auditing. You won't have all of those things that an IT operation is going to turn around and say, well, look, I can't let that go into production, man. It's wrong size. It's all of these different things haven't been done right. Have you forced it into the right region? So these really help to get you figured out, how do I actually start writing my infrastructure code? They're really good examples to get some of that stuff done. People have gone to a lot of trouble to get us running. But in your organization, you need to take that to the next phase. I need to think about things like, well, my favorite one. What am I going to call it? What am I going to call it? What am I going to call it? What is my naming standard, right? That's always a really good battle. How do I name my resources? There are so many posts, many discussions, many everything about naming standards. If you are running an operation, I assume at this point that both dev and ops know how you name resources. But then if you take a look at naming resources, you'll quickly learn that this is not a really fun experience. But you'll also learn that a proper naming standard is something that you could compute. I could figure out that if it's a virtual machine, I'll probably go to hyphenate it with VM. If it's a network interface, I'll probably hyphenate it with VNIC. And if it's got 2 or 3 network interfaces, I'd probably put a number on it that's incrementing based on the interface number. So there's logic behind how I name things. If that's the case, then take a look at this template that I'm showing you on screen. And what I want you to note here is that we're looking at the parameters that we pass in when we say I want to use this block. This block, remember, is going to give me a key vault in this scenario. Look what's not here. And what's not here is a request for you to give me the resource's name. I do not ask you to name your resource during that point of deploying it. Why? Because there's no need to. And if I do ask you to name it, what's the percentage chance that you're going to make a mess out of it? Yeah, pretty close to 100% chance. So we make this very simple. We have an architecture which says that everything that we put into Azure follows a governance, and part of that governance is a naming standard. So therefore, I don't need you to actually start learning the naming standard off. You're never going to read it anyways. Truth be, how many people have read any of your governance documentation? But if you use the block, I can figure out pretty quickly that if my naming standard is going to be built, I'm going to say, well, the naming standard is probably based on the resource group name. So let's figure out where that is. let's figure out where we're deploying this stuff to. So what data center are we putting it into? If we need some unique characters, because, well, some resources like a key vault have to be globally unique, can't use this name anywhere else on the planet. So therefore, to build the name for my key vault, I'm going to turn around and say, look, it's going to be the resource group name and a unique string with a hyphen and a suffix that I use for my key vault, which in this particular case is -kv. Straight off the bat, I have just got to a point of essentially building an architecture and an environment that is reusable. I'm doing governance without actually having to think about it, without having to tell anybody, and we're doing a naming standard without actually making things difficult. It's done for us, right? So this is the first piece of this library of infrastructure blocks. Now let's take that block for one more second, and then we leave this, and let's pick the block that everybody uses, the virtual machine block. Now, what I want you to notice here is that there is one virtual machine block. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 samples for deployment with that virtual machine block. And if you look closely, you'll see this is the domain controller, this is Linux, this is SSH, this is VPN. So this one Lego block, by passing in slightly different configuration information, is going to basically say, hey, I want to use the Windows operating system. If I click on the Linux one, I'm going to use the Ubuntu operating system. Now let's quickly come back here to the quick start just for a second. And if I come into quick start and I'd say that I'd like to have a virtual machine, Control F, VIRT. So I got build-in role virtual machine, virtual WAN, virtual network, and then of course go for the ever hitting VM, and holy God, there's 212 templates for virtual machines. Which one should I use? Yes, of course. What is the answer, Kevin? None. None. Absolutely none, because they're quick starts and they are for reference only. When you come to your environment, this is the one you use, because there is only one. I'm asking you again, and look at the parameters. I'm not offering you the name, not necessary, because we build the name automatically based on governance. Look at all of these other parameters, and there's a lot of parameters in this. This is a really ugly template, Damian. You've got a lot of parameters, but please take a very close look. Every single one of these, or almost every single one of these, has a default, which simply says, if you don't tell me, then you don't have a problem. I'll go with the basics. I'm not going to stand up here and say, hey, you have to answer this thing. And it's like guessing the lottery. Did he document it? Well, nope, he didn't. Gosh. So really and truly, I have no idea what he needs to put in here. Right. So the first thing on these building blocks is make sure that you document it. And secondly, make these optional. There's no need for these not to be optional. You are building a governed architect environment. You know what they are. I'm passing in the connection for an operating system. I can turn around and say, I'm capable of giving you Windows or Unix operating systems. I'm doing this in one template. Templates are kind of smart. I can scroll down a little piece or a long piece, depending on how many different optional parameters I have. And again, notice these are all optional. When I come down here and I start looking at this thing, look at this piece of code again. Resource group, resource name, VM prefix. And I'm now starting to figure out, do I need to add an availability set name? If somebody passed me an availability set, then let's add that to the name. If they didn't, don't. Did you pass me in a diagnostics piece? If you did, then let's figure out how we're going to name the diagnostics. All of the names are built as part of this environment. But let's go back to that more interesting one. What happens to the operating system you passed in? Is this a Windows operating system? So again, I can take a look at the list of the operating system choices that we had. If the word Windows was in it, well then guess what? It was a Windows OS because it was Windows 2016 and Windows 2019. So it was pretty easy. And as a result of that, then I can turn around and say, right, depending on which of those you chose, this is probably going to be the block that I need to insert into the code. So further down, I will have the process of actually building the actual virtual machine, and I can do a condition. I can turn around and say, right, okay, so we're going to deploy you a virtual machine. Let's find it. It's down here somewhere. There's your virtual machine deployment. Again, we commented to make it easy to find it. In here, we're going to turn around and say, how many VMs do I need? Count them, 1, 2, 3. So I didn't give you an answer, but I'll go with 1 by default. And more importantly, as I scroll in here, I'm going to make some decisions saying, look, give me the Linux configuration if the operating system isn't Windows. Is Windows, provide this. Is not Windows, give me null, right? So the one block does everything. So your very first stop in this journey is build a library of modules that you can reuse. Now, we had a question at the very start. And that question at the very start was essentially, should I do this in JSON or should I do this in YAML? Right? Odd question when I stop at this point, but a really appropriate one at this point. Everything that we see here is done in JSON. I write all of my modules in pure ARM. There are no exceptions. The only time that there is an exception is if I cannot communicate with Azure directly through ARM. So if something is not in the control plane and I need to go to the data plane, then and only then will I actually leave the ARM environment. Otherwise, it is always completed in ARM. Now, the question then comes back, JSON versus YAML. And I have advocated previously in different speeches to go with YAML because it is a lot less verbose, right? This is somewhat tough to read. Now, there's lots of colors and we've got curly brackets and all of these things that make it easy to find. So I would certainly say turn these functions on, and VS Code makes that easy with color bracket extensions and all of those different things. But the more important point here is that the single reason that I previously suggested that we should go forward and use YAML was because YAML had comments and JSON did not. That was the one and only true reason, beyond the fact that it's a little bit more compressed. Comments. But today, that's different. We can now do comments in JSON for ARM. So I can comment this thing as much as I like in pure JSON, which then means that everybody that is working with ARM, either in your team or somebody you've hired, somebody you want to share the templates with, they all are now looking at something that is native to them. If you need to convert from YAML to JSON and it's for an ARM template, there's a lot of people going to be looking at you saying, that's not an ARM template, it's in the wrong format, that's YAML, and I don't expect YAML. So they will make an assumption then that, well, maybe this is Terraform. But it's not Terraform either, because Terraform is not YAML. It's formatted like YAML, but it's not YAML. It's HashiCorp configurations hack of it, or HashiCorp configuration language of it, if that's what they want to market it as. But it's not YAML. Now, let me ask that question a slightly different way. Why would I bother writing this thing in ARM templates, which is pretty complicated to look at when you look at it on screen, instead of writing this thing in Terraform, which, let's be honest about it, is a lot more readable when we look at a basic configuration. Terraform, when you start looking at a more complex configuration, ends up getting pretty verbose. And I can tell you that because I'll be honest, I started this journey writing all of this stuff in Terraform. I lasted about 9 weeks in that exercise. And then I finally gave up because 2 learnings came out of it. The first learning was that Terraform got extremely verbose and extremely complicated when I started trying to actually build these reusable blocks. The second one, which is even more irritating, and the reason I gave up, was that while I could do the initial core pieces like a virtual machine or a network interface or a key vault, when I want to do something a little bit more advanced, for example, store the passwords for the virtual machine in the key vault, well, that's when things got nasty. Because at the point in time that I was using it, the answer to that question was, now you need to learn how to write some Python to make a new module for Terraform. And if you didn't want to do that, well, they had another answer. They kind of frowned on it, but it was a good answer. Write it in an ARM template, and then we'll wrap the Terraform template around it. So I'll give it a big hug and make it feel nice and warm. And I'm sitting here and I'm doing that for about 2.5 weeks. And then one of my colleagues comes across and says, right, you've written a thing in ARM and now you put a Terraform thing around it. Why did you do that? Why didn't you just use the ARM template? And you're sitting back and you're thinking to yourself, you're right. You're absolutely right. Why am I making more work for myself here? And in the long and the short of it, that's exactly what I was doing, making a whole lot more work for myself. So I finally took our architecture, went back, looked at the thing and says, you know, this is going to be a lot tougher to write if we do this in pure ARM. We're going to have a tough learning curve of getting everybody figuring this stuff out, but there will be absolutely nothing we can't do as long as we can do it in ARM. So we done that, and we took the learning curve. And the learning curve didn't actually turn out to be too hard at all, because once you figured out how to do this stuff in YAML, Terraform, you actually had all the concepts. So it actually turned out that it was a really smart thing to do. And I would highly encourage anybody that hasn't started this journey to do this. Start doing your infrastructure code for the first times using Terraform. It'll get you the concepts. It'll teach you really quickly how to get to grasp with the stuff. But when you're ready to get serious and you want to build that library and you want that library to start scaling, then I'm probably going to upset some people, but I'll take that challenge, and please unmute if I'm going to upset you in this statement. But at that point, dump Terraform. Move over and move into native Azure, native ARM, and start working your way across. Now, there's going to be one or two haysayers sitting in the background that should at this time be fuming. And there's going to be one or two people that have read the marketing material and are choking on it, thinking, well, Terraform means that if I write this thing in Terraform, I can deploy it to something other than Azure, for example, AWS or Google Cloud. Excuse me when I say this, bullshit, right? Because it is exactly that. That Terraform module that you've created was created specifically for the provider that is Azure. You cannot take that same piece of Terraform and deploy it to AWS, Google Cloud, Kubernetes, or anything else. You need to create that module specifically for that target resource. So it is not portable. Despite the marketing making you feel like it is, what the marketing should truly mean is that Terraform can target any of those resources. But your definition is not targetable. It is written to that endpoint. And in our case, we're going to write that endpoint directly in ARM. Okay, I'm going to stop for a second. I'm hoping there's one or two questions in the pipe.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping I've answered Theo's question too.
Okay, so I've got two questions from the good folks on the attendee list, right? So Theo asked the question, how do you handle dependencies when using the blocks? And also, I'll give you the second one that we have at the moment as well. Elizabeth also asked, are you using the ARM template toolkit or the ARM TTK? And what's your opinion on that one as well?
Right. Okay. So these are excellent questions, and they're lining me up very nicely here. So let's take the first question. Remind me what that was again.
Okay. First question from Theo was, how do you handle dependencies when using the blocks?
So I don't. One of the things that we don't do is do linked templates, right? That's important. So let's take a closer look at one of these templates. And here is one that I was actually working on during the week, and it is app services. And this will become very apparent in a moment. Now, I'm going to leave these templates in a moment, but one of the things I want you to note, again, is the parameters take in the configuration. And I am basically using optionals for every single one of these, right? Default, default, default. That is the most important thing here. So this block will build something. When it's finished building something, it must output something on the far end. It must turn around and say, hey, I just built this particular thing. It is now called this resource in Azure. It has this name in Azure. And this is the function key. In this particular case, this will deploy me a web app or a function app. So depending on if it's a function app or web app, he's going to actually say, well, if it's a function app, I'll give you back the key. If it is a web app, I'm going to give you back nothing, right? Remember, the block is agnostic. And now, how do I know if this thing that I've just asked the block to build, because I called it an app service thing? Well, let's go back to the input. Let's go back up here to the start. Right up and right here, that thing that says function storage name, that's optional. Name of the storage account to use for a function app. If this parameter is set, it switches from an app to a function app. And I do that down here in the variables, where I do a quick check to say, well, what did I call it? So the web app name, get me the resource group, get me the unique string, put me the suffix for the type of app I'm deploying. The suffix for the type of app I'm deploying. Well, if the function storage name was blank, then it must be a web app. But if the function storage name was provided, then it might be a function app, right? You get the idea here. The logic is in the module now. This is what makes this thing far more important than the quick starts. Quick starts are good to get snippets out of. This is production stuff. More importantly, now that I've answered that question, I can move in here and I can say, right, so if I'm going to be deploying these things, I can take different settings. So if it's a function app, maybe the settings I need to provide are going to be different. So the default function settings are going to be these ones, but the default web app settings are going to be these ones, right? Again, governance is named up. We have all of these production ready things in place. Same idea here. If you look again, application insights agent, we're binding this thing right here in the actual module's parameters. So before I even start building, I'm architecting, I'm deciding what do I need in, what am I going to give out, and then the core logic. So if you're a developer, you'll start figuring out what's going on in here. All of my Lego blocks are microservices. They take in an API, they do a little bit of business work, they hand out the output. Okay? Treat infrastructure like a microservices application, and you are in a new world. Now, this is why I started the journey talking about the idea of architecting a house, because now I'm planning to the fact that this block, it can be a transparent block, or it can be a solid block that I can't see through. It can be a web app, it can be a function app, it can be a Windows machine, it can be a Linux machine. Depending on what I pass in, what this thing will do, well, it's all down here to the concepts of, should I do this? So turn on web app insights, give it a name, okay, give it the tags, right? All of these things are in here, and I'm now basically saying that everything will have a minimum version of all of these things. But more importantly, then, as I start saying that, well, I want to actually get the function app key, then I don't deploy this piece if I'm not deploying a function app. I skip it because, well, there's no function app keys on a web app, so don't deploy that thing. Okay, so this is the important piece. So then asking me, what do I do next? I will basically say, give me the function, deploy it, and when you're finished, hand me back the results. Then I'll take the next thing I need to deploy, and I might need to use the results of the previous task and actually use those as the inputs to the next. So they become the parameters for the next thing. A very typical example, I need to do monitoring. I build a proper environment. The very first thing I should deploy in any environment is my log analytics. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to basically turn around and I'm going to find my log analytics environment right close to Kevin's heart. And it's a workspace. I deploy my workspace. I don't ask for a lot of information. Again, defaults, 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 defaults. So anybody can deploy this thing, and I'll show you in a moment. But more importantly, again, I figure out the names. So all of the naming, everything is done. So the governance, the production readiness is covered. And on the output side of the world, well, I give you back what you need to know. The resource group it's in, workspace name, its location, and more importantly, the ID for the workspace. Now let's go back and look at that virtual machine for a second. Now, if I said I don't link templates, one of the things I will want to do is I will maybe, for example, want to turn on Windows updates on virtual machines, and I'd like to know that the virtual machine's actually been monitored. So down here in the list of all of the different things I could potentially pass in, and I say could because, again, defaults kick in here. If I scroll down on this particular template, I have a workspace ID. It's optional. You don't need to give it to me. But if you give me the workspace ID that you just deployed, then if I take this, Control C, Control F, scroll down here, the first thing I'll figure out, if the workspace ID was empty, then hey, we're not going to be needing it, but otherwise, strip it back and just give me that piece of the ID, the actual workspace code, not the resource list. And as a result, I can then come back and say, Nick Diagnostics, did you provide me a workspace ID? If you didn't, we won't turn on diagnostics. If you did, then I'm going to turn on the diagnostics for the network interface. Production ready checklist, done, right? I do the same thing for backups. Did I pass in a recovery vault ID? If I did, we'll add that function in. Did you pass in an automation account ID? If I did, Windows updates get turned on, right? You get the idea here. I'm not teaching people how to architect a new house. I'm doing that in the infrastructure. These modules become very useful. And then I don't need to do mad, silly linkings and all of that, because the question Elizabeth asks is, do I use the ARM TTK? Well, let's put VS Code to the side for a second and let's answer that question. So let's come over here, and I'm in DevOps, right? And if I put DevOps up on screen, what I want to show you guys is my repository. And in the repository, I can see exactly the same thing I showed you a few moments ago. So here are all my modules and the last update. So one of the first things is obviously everything is in code. Everything is in code. And the other thing I want you to note here is there is more than one person committing to this, right? There is more than I in this team. Lots of us are working on this thing. So we can basically turn around, we can add new features into this library all the time. And as a result of that, I can have lots of checks coming in. So this one, for example, you're seeing failed and failed. Damian added this feature to add a new exportable function key. I just showed you that in the template. But now my module has failed. Why did that fail? Well, let's take a closer look. So here's the changes I done. I basically turn around and it says that the tags, well, there's nothing serious on that. But more importantly, down here, I put in this thing I showed you moments ago. If it's a function app, show me the API key. And then down here in the output, if it was a function app, tell me what the key is. Right. That was a cool piece of code. I was very proud of that. I committed it in because it was addressing a problem. But of course, something went somewhere wrong. I got these failed messages. Not so happy about that. So why has it failed? Let's click on it. Validation has failed for app services app JSON. Output contains secret. Oh, yeah, you're right. The output does contain a secret. So in this particular case, I am, Elizabeth, using the TTK, so the template test toolkit. And the TTK basically turns around and says, are you in your outputs putting out a secret that could be picked up by somebody? And the answer to that question is yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. And the TTK in this says, well, I'm sorry, that's a really bad practice, Damian. You shouldn't do that. And as a result, this infrastructure library is not actually released. This is still sitting in the test branch, and now I have two choices. I can make an exception to the rule, or I can be a good boy, and I can essentially come back and say, you know what, you're right. I shouldn't do this. Reverse my pull, reverse my change, and put it back to normal. So, yes, the key message here is that we certainly do use the TTK, and it's a fabulous piece of software. It also is troublesome at times. It has a lot of checks in it that are not what I would call appropriate. So the first thing I would suggest is go into the TTK and tune it to suit your world. In my place, the TTK is actually sitting inside my same infrastructure library. So you'll see in here, I've got this thing called the toolchain and the pipeline. I've put a dot in front of these because they're essentially not important. But in here, I have the toolkits, and I have pretty much all of the normal toolkit checks that you're going to download from the internet. I have turned off a few of those checks because I don't believe they're appropriate, or certainly not in our approach for how we do the environment. But for the vast majority of the checks, they are in place, and I've added one or two more in place. But what matters in this case for anybody that hasn't done this before is that all of this is in a pipeline. So what does that translate to? It means down here in this file, I have this thing called an Azure pipeline, and I can't even see it on my screen because I probably made a smaller moment ago. Too much stuff. Yeah, okay, so I have got far too many pipelines here, so let me just do it over here where I know I can actually find it. So I'm going to just click on this one, and I'll show you the pipeline by just clicking on edit, and that way I'll be in the right place. Come on. And what we're basically saying is that every time there's a change on a branch, on a tag, or in a path, right, then I want you to start doing a build.
ഈ സമയത്ത് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലെന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഭയങ്കര കഷ്ടമാണ്.
2 seconds.
So in this particular case, what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick validation. We want to make sure that everything is good. So we're going to run basically what we're calling the pester tests, but in English. It is the TTK in this particular case, with 1 or 2 additional tests added to it. So everything we do, every time we make a commit or a change to this branch, and anytime I do a pull request, anytime I do a release, we run through some simple things. Is your JSON good? Have we any synthetic errors in it? Are we breaching any of the business rules? So putting a secret in the output. If we're not, then we can stage these things to a point that actually start using them. And I also do this, update a build number. Right. So one of the things that you may have noticed subliminally in the background of all of my modules is that as we deploy things, or as I build modules, I have a variable sitting up here as a variable in, let's make this full screen so we can see it, Control B to get that thing out of the way, and I can Control that X, that one down. Right here, IAC version is undefined. Right? So it's a variable that I've put in. It's not a parameter. I don't pass it in. But during my pipeline, I basically turn around and say, hey, I want you to set the build number. Now, what does that do? It basically will look inside every JSON template. And inside that JSON template, if I see that section, IAC version, I'm going to replace undefined with this build number. So that can be a semantic version, it can be a date stamp version, whatever versioning system you want to use that you're comfortable with, that gets stamped in here. Now, what does that look like? So let's go over here to Azure and I'll show you an environment that has been built using this stuff. So I'm going to go to resource groups. Not even sure what subscription I'm in, doesn't particularly matter. And I will pick, I will pick a test book. And over here, if I grab a web machine, this is probably actually not the best resource group to be in. So let me come out of that one for a second, and I'm going to go to the one I know I was working on only yesterday. So an Azure function. Here you can see config version, IAC version, and then it's version numbering. So in this particular case, we are essentially getting the version number. 2020 is the year, 04 is the month, 22 is the date, the 7th build on that day. So I was pretty busy playing with this thing on 2 days ago or 3 days ago. But I never once built the version number. The pipelines have done those for me. So every time we do a redeployment, we can easily see what version of the infrastructure that's done. So who wants to ask the question? What's the config number, Damian? So we've built blocks, and we started this talk talking about the idea of an architecture. So how do I architect this stuff? Theo asked the question, JSON versus YAML. Then we had the question of how do we actually get to the point of chaining these things? How do I go from A to B to C to D? How does that work? Well, that's actually a really, really important question. So let's answer that. Close this one for a second. Control B to put back up my browser, and let's leave the library. Now, had anybody any questions on the library before I leave it? It makes sense. You've got a good idea of how to structure and why we structure, and why we don't want to use quick start.
No questions in the chat at the moment. Just keep in mind we've got probably about 3 minutes before we need to wrap up, Damian.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
So what we do in this particular case is we take a configuration file. And if you think about this, back to the old days of actually keeping an idea of my environment, we don't need to know how SQL installs. We just simply need to know the answers to the questions. What are we going to deploy in SQL? Right? Well, the same thing here. This document, this JSON file, is the answer to that. Tell me the modules we're going to use. So 2020 04 22 07. I wonder, where do we see that number a few moments ago? Basically, give me that last version of that particular module library that you have with your fixes, Damian. And then all I'm going to turn around to you is I'm going to define my environment. Now, this is a pretty big file. I should have probably chosen a smaller one. But in here, I can define any specifics for the naming standards, and you can see they're all elements. But what matters much more, is if I scroll down a piece, I can turn around. I'm going to scroll down a good bit. Yeah, fine. And I'm going to basically turn around and say, as I want to deploy things, if I deploy a management group, I need to give it a name. But more importantly, at the management group level, I would like you to deploy at the management group the ARM module for the role definition, right? Those are the modules over here. The ARM module for the policy definition, and these are the policies I want for the VDC. These are the policies I want for the diagnostics. These are the initiatives that I want to deploy. These are the assignments I want to do. So essentially what I'm doing is, as I look at this, I'm going to turn around and say, well, okay, let's get a closer look at what actually we're going to deploy. Scroll down. And down here, I can turn around and say, look, let's get the diagnostics. So here's the resources we're going to use. We're going to pass in things like the actual name of the environment we're deploying these to. But far more importantly, this is turning around and saying, grab me the module which deploys the policies, right? And then in here, these are the parameters saying we're going to put it into this management group. These are the assignments we're going to do. So I'm going to say, well, this is a governance policy. This is a little bit of a definition on it. This is where the policy is going to be located, and these are the parameters that are going to go into that particular policy. So the configuration, these are the answers to what were the optionals for the Lego bricks. They're now sitting in one file. So if you think about this, I'm writing a solution, and that solution is about monitoring an application, and I put in 5 monitors. And then somebody comes back and says, we forgot to put in a monitor for the health of certain sort. Well, we could go into the port and we could add them. But I could also come in here and say, oh yeah, good point. I forgot that particular policy. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to insert, I'm going to paste it. I can see in my code that I've just pasted it. And now I can basically say, right, well, this is still part of governance. This is going to be the part of the governance for AZ Global. And I can then turn around and make the changes that, no, this is not going to be an audit. This is going to be a deny policy, right? Now, when I make this change, I commit it, and it goes back up over here into my good old friend Devops. So let's see you, Devops, please. And in this particular case, I'll show you that same repository with that same file. So click on the repositories. Repositories, come on. And then down here, and we'll take a look at that configuration file, which is this particular one. And if I look at that configuration file again, I get to see all of the change history that was going on in it. So I can turn around, somebody turned on encryption or turned off encryption on a particular folder. So let's go in there and we can see the change set. So now I can take a close look at saying, hey, encryption was enabled. Then somebody says, no, I turned it off. And why did he turn it off, right? So I can come in and I can comment and say, dude, seriously? You don't turn off encryption. That's not a right thing to do. Or we can have a chat about it. But more importantly, I know it's Radar that done it. I know when he done it. I've context the change that's happening in my environment. So no more Word docs, no more of the doc out of date. I have the configuration here. I have the build stuff sitting in the other repository. So this tells me what I'm building. So the blueprint, my architecture that we designed with my dev and my IT team, this is the final architecture. And these were the Lego blocks that I used, that I passed over to it. So now all there's left for me is to actually deploy this environment. And if I want to deploy this environment, all I'm doing is I'm taking a look and saying, hey, did anybody change the Lego block, or did anybody change the actual configuration? So in this particular case, I'm looking at the configuration for what we call the sandbox. And if that's the case, I'm basically saying, hey, somebody made a change to the configuration for the sandbox. Let's run a new one, just for argument's sake, so you guys can see what this looks like. Click run. So this assumes I've just made a change. And as a result, I'm basically going to start running a PowerShell. That PowerShell is going to take a look at it and he says, right, where are your Lego blocks? We saw that in the top of the configuration file. And once he's found those Lego blocks, he's then going to turn around to me and he says, right, what do I need to deal with? So all the modules like the policies and all of those different things, we're going to call those out. And in sequence, so to answer that question, I'm basically going to first deploy out the monitoring, then I'll deploy out the virtual machines, and I'll pass the monitoring piece in. And one at a time, I'm going to build out my complete infrastructure. Now, I love DevOps, but the fact that he forgot to upgrade my screen doesn't help. So here I can now see that he started the process. He's taking a look at the actual library, the building blocks, and then he's basically starting the process, turning on the resource providers, checking RBAC. So the very first thing I need to do when I'm building an infrastructure is RBAC, then management group. So I've sat and I've thought about, if I'm building a house, do I start at the roof or do I start at the foundation? Well, I start at the foundation. In this particular case, RBAC groups, then management groups. And then I take a look and say, right, definitions, already deployed, nothing changed. Already deployed, nothing changed. And I walked through the whole environment. So in essence, configuration uses the infrastructure library, the building blocks, and I can then do a very quick check saying, is this building block the same version as the building block that I had sitting here in Azure? Yes, it is. Is this configuration the same version as the configuration I had in Azure for this resource? Yes, it is. Okay, well then guess what? No changes. Move on. Now I've got a really simple pipeline. Okay, that's my questions.
Damo, that was an excellent session. So we've got there's no additional questions in the chat. I think you've comprehensively answered Theo and Elizabeth's questions. What we'll do and what we've done for the previous speakers, Damian, is we've asked the speaker to hang on for maybe 10 or 15 minutes. If anybody else has some questions, they can post them up in the chat, and we can work together to make sure that we get those answered. But I think feedback from what I've seen from everyone is another excellent and awesome session. And I always personally learn something as an ops guy coming to a DevOps presentation from you. So thanks so much, Damo. Really, really appreciate it. And as I said, anybody has any questions for Damian, please post the questions to the chat. He'll hang around for the next 10 or 15 minutes at least. And next up, we're going to have Gosha and Gregor introduce Dwayne for his certification session. Thanks, folks.
Thanks, guys. Damian. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Damian. Thanks, Kevin. Awesome. Okay, Dwayne, can you just share your screen if that's all right, just to check you can do that?
Yes. Working on getting. I noticed that one of my slides wasn't updated here. Screen shared. Okay. Are you seeing me?
Yep, looks good.
So we can see your screen. Yeah.
Dwayne, can you turn your volume up slightly?
Turn my volume up?
Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
Is that better?
Yep, perfect.
All right.
So we're going to have now Dwayne, who will talk to us about Azure and how to prepare to Microsoft exam with Microsoft Learn. So go, Dwayne.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction. I am very excited to be presenting to everybody today. So good evening to everybody in the UK and Ireland, and good morning if you're in my neck of the woods in the United States, and good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time today. And as stated, this session will cover exam prep with Microsoft Learn. Tough act to follow with Damian, but I'll do my best here. So my name's Dwayne Natwick. I'm based, as I stated before, in the United States, in a suburb of Detroit, Michigan. I spend my time authoring coursework, training, and also I am a product manager. Been in the industry for over 30 years. I have multiple certifications in Azure and 365, as well as the having my CISSP and PMP. I am a Microsoft certified trainer and a regional lead for that program. So I try to stay active in the community and try to work with helping other MCTs and Microsoft enthusiasts to continue their path forward. Topics of this session will cover, for those of you that may not be familiar with Microsoft Learn, what is Microsoft Learn? What would you use Microsoft Learn for, and how to start learning and using Microsoft Learn to prepare for your Azure exams. And then we'll finish up talking about how to start your exam prep, building your own learning roadmap and continuation of that exam prep, not just within Microsoft Learn, but for outside resources as well. So why would you use Microsoft Learn, and what is Microsoft Learn? Microsoft's put a lot into Microsoft Learn over the past 6 months. So if you had used Microsoft for training in the past and it might have been a bit clumsy at times, that you had to go to one site or another for different training paths, Microsoft has done a great job in bringing all of that together into the Microsoft Learn website. And what is great about it is a free platform for structured learning. There are 3 main sections that allow you to start your training plan. And these paths are, you can go directly to a learning path, to the certifications, as well as there's a link directly to Microsoft Docs from within the portal or within the website. The learning paths take you directly into the Microsoft Learn content. Takes you directly to courses that you can start building, bookmarking and taking your learning path. If you have a specific area to study that you want to gain knowledge in, you can search and filter to find what you're looking for and what you need. If you have a specific certification that you're looking to accomplish and plan to focus on, then you can navigate directly into the certification section, find a desired learning path, link right into an exam or certification, find that area of interest, and then within the pages for those exams are the learning paths for that exam. And then, as I stated before, the docs section does not take you specifically to any learning paths or any exams, but is a great resource. As many of you on this call probably know, the Microsoft Docs are a great resource to get reference on how to set up Microsoft services and tutorials that step you right through setting up services within Azure and the other 365 Dynamics Power Platform services. So why would you use Microsoft Learn? As I stated before, there's many different reasons. It builds learning paths for many of the role-based certifications. We talk a lot about Azure, but also Microsoft 365, Dynamics, Power Platform is becoming more and more valuable and talked about within the Microsoft community, as well as a lot of others, a lot of fundamentals courses and things like that. You have the ability then to choose those learning plans, bookmark those learning plans so you can come back and reference them quickly, choose specific modules for specific topics of interest. And best of all, you can learn all of this and do all this at your own pace. And the content on Microsoft Learn is 100% free. So it doesn't cost you anything to look into a learning plan, take a learning path or a course on Microsoft Learn. If you decide, I want to look more into Power Platform, go into a Power Platform course, take that thinking, I might want to head down this path in my career, head down this for my certification, take that course and go, well, this is too much for me. I need to think of something else. You can switch courses very easily with the only investment being your time. So getting started, important thing here to get started is you must have a Microsoft account. Many of us, if we have gone through and done any certifications or testing within Microsoft, we have our Microsoft account. So you have your Microsoft account, you log in with your Microsoft account, and you immediately have access to the Microsoft Learn catalog and can utilize that. I recommend that you make this account your personal email address rather than utilizing your company email address. If you work for a company, you can use that, using that email address as a personal email address that's then going to follow you if you don't stay with that particular company. If the company wants to use your certifications for competencies, it's very easy to link that account and those certifications into your corporate account. And then if you are to depart from that company, you can disconnect them yourself very easily with your next company by logging in to the partner portal for your new company and decouple and recouple accounts. So keep your account your own is my main thing to take away from this slide, is make sure that you use your personal address so you're not caught having to change an address if for something happens to you in your current company. After you've logged in with your Microsoft account, then you can start building your training and start learning within the Microsoft Learn environment. And you can, I'll step through a lot of this when we'll demo this in a few minutes. So if you want to set goals for yourself, you can track your progress. If you like to track points and progress and tier levels, all of that gets tracked within Microsoft Learn. And we'll talk about that and show some examples of that in a few minutes. The organization of Microsoft Learn is pretty easy to understand. And Microsoft Learn is organized to find training in multiple ways, whether you're searching and have a specific job role that you are in and want to look at, or just want to go directly to specific exams or certifications. You can go there right from the Azure, right from the Microsoft Learn search portal. And then within exam pages themselves, you have the ability to customize learning paths and look at those customized learning paths for those specific exams. And we'll step through that again when I jump into the web page here in a few minutes. The learning paths and modules are organized as well in a manner that fits into your schedule. So you don't need to take away necessarily from your corporate time or your family time. You can find an hour in the evening or in the morning before work starts to take a module or two within Microsoft Learn and then start back up where you left off the next time you log in. Most of the modules have a estimated time placed with them that is a time to complete. And depending on how deep you get into the material, how deep you look at the material, how quickly you read for example, that may fluctuate a little bit, but it gives you an idea of, I got 15 minutes of extra time, how long does this module take? And again, so you can set your own pace. You can continue to work through those modules without it taking advantage of, without it deterring your time with with your day job if you have one, or working through your exams and prepping for your exams based on a timeline that you've set for yourself to take an exam. And once you've become comfortable with that, logging in and finding training, now you can start building a roadmap that allows you to get certified. And if you're looking for a specific Azure exam, you can browse, again, those certifications and exams by just simply typing Azure into the search bar, and all of the Azure specific exams and certifications are going to pop right up in tiles, as you can see here on the slide. From here, then, this allows you to choose that certification or the exam and find that learning path within the exam. It has, as many of you may have gone into the exams, you have your objective section within there. If you scroll down to the bottom, if there is a learning path for the exam, that is where that's located within the exam page. There are additional filters also on the left side of the slide that you can then filter even more so on what your role is or what your certification level is. If you're just looking for fundamentals or associate level or expert level, you can filter even deeper using that filter on that side. And then it allows you then to choose that focus area that you're looking to build your roadmap. It's another fun way that Microsoft has built into Learn, and that's taking advantage of skills challenges. These challenges allow you to choose a path and complete a challenge based on that path. So they're fun little competitions within the community. You can participate in these challenges. I'm participating in one right now that's for Microsoft partners that they created in April. I think they created an April, May, and June challenge where Microsoft is providing prizes for that challenge based on and you're getting a opportunity for the drawing based on how many thousands of points you've accumulated. So those are ways to just make the learning fun, give you some additional motivation to take learning paths and earn, like I said, you can earn additional badges. They have a specific badge for taking place in the challenge. And you also have, if your organization is a Microsoft partner, reach out to your alliance lead for Microsoft and might be able to get a challenge created within your organization. I'm creating one with them within my organization for increasing the understanding around Azure and 365 within my organization. I've created a skills challenge among all the sales groups to work through, to go through a month-long challenge and get some great prizes out of it. So to continue your exam prep, and depending on the skill level of the exam, I've talked a lot about Microsoft Learn, and like I said, it's free and a great way to start for the Microsoft learning paths and to increase and build your Azure capabilities right off the bat. But for some of the exams, it may not be the be-all, end-all that is enough to pass an exam. Maybe for the fundamentals exams, you could work your way through the fundamentals learning path and get enough information around learning. But it's important to review the exam objectives from the start and identify your key areas of focus and understand where you have those biggest learning gaps and what the learning gaps are for your understanding of the material and what is needed for the Microsoft exams. As I stated before, Microsoft Docs is a great source to gain additional information about the services within each exam. It's always good to not just take a learning course, but getting some hands-on for, especially like the associate and expert courses, doing hands-on understanding how the Microsoft services work, as well as reviewing the docs, reviewing the tutorials for the docs, understanding the ins and outs of every one of the technologies within there. And there are a lot of study guides that you can find out on social media by many of our other community groups. Gregor, who's on this call and proctoring for us, does a great job of creating study guides with very helpful links to all the Microsoft Docs for many of the exams. And on the slide presentation here, I actually have his Git repository link right on the slide for you. Another community member that runs Build 5.9's, Chris, does a great job of creating self-assessments for your exams based on all of the objectives that are part of each of the exams in a nice Excel spreadsheet form where you can self-assess. Okay, my ability in this particular skill and objective within the Azure associate exam is 50%. So I need to really look deeper at this particular point, where in another one I might be at 100%. So I'm happy with where I'm at there. So you can create those key focus areas and find additional resources, Microsoft Docs. Maybe there is a learning path on a specific objective that you need to look at within Microsoft Learn. So now let's take I'll take a quick walk through. We'll spend the rest of the time kind of walking through the Microsoft Learn portal so that everybody can get a good feel, if you haven't been in there, and understand what changes have taken place within the Learn portal, and show you how I try to navigate through when I'm working on an Azure exam, and start with the Microsoft Learn as my first step. So when you first get into, as you can see, I've already logged into my portal here, and you can see that here are the 3 sections here for the Microsoft Learn. I can click on Docs here, and this takes you right to all of the technical documentation. As I stated, no real learning paths within Azure Docs, but or within Microsoft Docs, but you can go right into each of the technologies right in here and find the documentation that's part of the Microsoft ecosystem. But we'll look at going right into browsing the learning options. And from right here, you immediately get into the tiles and all of the learning options within here. And you can see creating an Azure account is the first one that pops up here. It's a 39-minute course. It has the level of administrator role. It's an Azure exam, and it's a beginner course. So for those of you just starting within potentially cloud and Azure area, these first 2 courses that pop up here in Cloud Concepts and Creating an Azure Account are a great place to start. You can, again, filter here on specific technologies. So if you're looking at Azure Active Directory, for example, we can select that filter, and it immediately pulls up all the courses that pertain to Azure Active Directory. So if you're looking at how to work and how in the Active Directory environment, and how Azure Active Directory differs from a typical on-premise Active Directory, for example, your company's just now starting to move into the cloud, and you want to know how that works, you can easily go right in here and filter on that. Again, you have all these Azure services in here. You have Dynamics, the Microsoft 365, Office, Power Platform. You can go down here and look at the specific roles. So if you're just at a student level, you're looking for something to start out and looking at expanding your cloud understanding as you get out of school, that's a good place to start. You're an AI engineer. You will have a couple options here around AI to get started and build your path. You can see here that you can add a bookmark that would then go into your profile, where you can easily find these courses and continue your learning path as well. I had mentioned close this one a little bit since it's so long. Roles. You have your levels, like I mentioned, beginner, intermediate, advanced. So if you know where you feel you are within the Azure environment, you can go right into here. And then your types, whether you're just if you're looking for a specific module, or are you looking for a full learning path. So you can see here, when you click into the learning path, this is a mixture of modules put into the learning path. And you can see that it gives you the time here. So the estimated time for Azure Fundamentals is around 10 hours. Depending on where you are within understanding Azure services, it may or may not take you 10 hours. It might take you a lot less time. Microsoft Office 365 Fundamentals, as you can see here, I've recently worked through this certification. So that one's about just a little over 4 hours. Power Platform Fundamentals. You have Microsoft Teams, and once you complete these, you can see I've been through these already. They've been completed, so I no longer need to concern myself with this. If I've gone through and I've learned, but you can go back into these courses and take them again. If you took them a while ago and maybe didn't take the exam or need to review before you take the exam, you can certainly go back through these. If I go let me go back to the main page. And let's go look through how it works from a certification standpoint. So I'm going in, I want to look at becoming a developer, for example. So we go into Microsoft certifications, and right away you see the main paths of certifications within here. So we'll go into the developer, as I stated. And you can see it shows your potential path to certification. Taking the fundamental certification is always in front of all of the certifications, yet it is not currently a prerequisite to taking any of these exams. So if you're new to the learning paths and the certification paths within Microsoft, they have not required fundamentals as being a requirement to start your exams, but it is a good place to start. If you've never taken a Microsoft exam before, taking a fundamentals exam gets you comfortable with the exam platform and how questions are asked within Microsoft when you take an exam, and it gives you a good foundation for all of the services within Microsoft. So when you go in here and look at the certifications and look at the different developer certifications, we can go right in here into the Azure Developer Associate exam, and you can see there is an exam associated with it. There's currently a beta exam, which is AZ204. Previously, it was numbered AZ203, which is about to be retired. This exam will be updated. Key thing around this exam, if you are looking at the developer exam, is taking a beta exam. When you do not get scored right away on a beta exam, it does not score until after it's been generally available in its release, and you're going to wait then potentially 30 to 60 days after that general release of that exam before you get scored. The current 203 exam, actually, you could still take right now and get immediate results on that. Just quick side note there for everybody. But as I scroll down here, you can see here are our 2 ways to prepare. There are a lot of instructor-led courses within Microsoft. Microsoft has instructor-led courses. They have their learning partners out there that provide courses. You can find courses on various learning platforms out in out on the internet and on the web. But here is your online free course right here. So you could start right in here on your learning path, and you're off and running. You can see right here, creating serverless applications. So if Damian's talk right before mine was interesting to you on developing and working on serverless applications, you can do that right here and start your learning path. In about 7.5 hours, you've completed this module. Each of these modules give you a certain level of points. You can see this full module is 9,800 points. This learning path, and then each of the modules is about 800 to 1,000, 2,000 points, and you get these badges for each one that you're completed. So you start collecting your little Microsoft Learn badges and using getting this XP up, and you're leveling up. So it's becomes kind of a game to you, just like any kind of online game where you want to level up, you want to add more points in there, you want to make your portfolio look good in Microsoft Learn. You can see I'm at level 10 right now, and I'm a little less than halfway to level 11 right now in my Microsoft Learn portfolio. Let's see. Go to another. As I mentioned before, I mentioned skills challenges, and I wanted to show you what a skills challenge looks like. This is a partner challenge that I'm currently a part of right now. I enjoy doing learning. I spend, a portion of probably every other day going into Microsoft Learn and just learning something, going into a track and trying to learn more around that particular track. So you can see I'm in this partner challenge right now for April, and you can see there's 57 participants within this challenge, and you can see the learner growth is in here, so you can track all the learners and how many points they've accumulated. If you're the administrator of the challenge, you can kind of push people to doing more learning. But I'm not the administrator of this challenge, so you can see where everybody lies within here and can see where you rank and what your growth is. So you can see the challenge growth is actually how many points I've accumulated this month in the challenge. So it's another fun way to just create some competition and learn in the process. Let me go into one of these courses here just to kind of show you what it looks like. You can see, it is you get generally an introduction, which you kind of zip through pretty quickly. Gives you kind of the objectives and everything like that. And then it's really a lot like if you're doing an exam prep guide, and where you're reading a lot of the material in there. And it goes through this material. You go through the material, trying to find if we go out. I know there's one particular. Let me search the Devops here real quick. We go into the DevOps exam because they've done a really good job on the DevOps learning path here, where they've built a complete kind of company scenario that you go through within this, and it is very interactive in how this course has been done. So you can see here, this one's very interactive. You have a team here that you're working with in this. going to step through here. I want to show you some of the rich content that you can find in some of these courses, where it's not all text work. Here, as you get to an end of a module, there is a check your knowledge, where you can check your knowledge, answer a couple questions. It's usually never more than maybe 5 questions. Usually it's only 2 or 3, depending on how big the module particularly is. I'm trying to find a good one here. Bear with me a second here. Give it another minute here to see if I find the exact one I'm looking for, but all right, I'm not coming to it right now, so I'm not gonna waste your time on that. If you do go into the DevOps, if you're looking at learning more about DevOps, as I stated, the AZ 400 exam path is a very nice exam. Some of the modules, and what I was trying to find was some of the modules have embedded videos from Microsoft employees, some of the great people that you know within the community. I think Donovan Brown is in one of them. So you can, so some great videos that are embedded in, as well as you get further along in that DevOps, there is some actual embedded labs within there as well. I know Microsoft has pulled back on some of their lab learning lately. I don't know if right now they have it active in there with the current global situation and an increased need on global bandwidth. But when I went through this, even just it was only like a month ago, there were labs embedded in where you actually launched a RDP session into a Microsoft Azure virtual machine, and you could go right in and do the exercise that's embedded within Microsoft Learn. So you actually get some hands-on. Not all of the courses within Microsoft Learn have that rich of content, but there are a few of them that you'll come across that do have that give you some hands-on stuff without having to create your own Microsoft lab environment. So I've gone through and showed you that there are a lot of different directions to go through in your path to Azure Learning and Microsoft Learning. And we covered, what is Microsoft Learn, and hopefully you've gotten out of this session what is a good path to begin your learning and begin your roadmap as you continue to expand yourself and continue down that highway of learning. There are a lot of different directions to take, as I tried to capture in the graphic here. But whatever direction you take, Microsoft Learn is a great place to start. And if anybody's interested in reaching out to me, you can connect with me on any of the social media. Feel free to visit my website. I try to provide information around the learning community and some technology information around Azure and Microsoft and cloud technologies within my website, and follow me on social media. So I haven't been following, been doing what I've been told to not follow and track the comments. So let's take a look and see if there are any questions for me to answer here.
So there was some question, and I think there was answer already on the chat.
Okay.
But can you tell us that you recommend to taking an exam after just finish the Learn course?
Yeah. So it depends. Like I said, I think mentioned quickly in the presentation that depending on where your comfort level is going in, and that's why I recommend going to the taking and assessing yourself based on the objectives of the exam. Depending on how comfortable you are, potentially if you're working in Azure and you're taking an Azure exam, you might be able to get by with just taking the Microsoft Learn course. I, for example, generally need a little bit more of a push from another learning path than just, and that's more because I'm a auditory learner. So having an instructor course that's speaking to me around it and that I can follow along in Azure or on in an administrator dashboard, having my own lab environment where I can follow along a little bit, especially with the associate and the architecture or expert courses. You might need a little bit more of that just to be comfortable going into that exam. Like I said, the DevOps expert course within Microsoft Learn is probably the richest course within all of the Microsoft Learn environment. It gives you that hands-on. It gives you videos that speak to you about the particular module's technology. So if you are in development and you've done some work in Azure DevOps, it might give you enough and fill enough of those gaps for you to take the exam. The fundamentals courses are very helpful to taking those exams, especially for some of the new ones like Power Platform. I took the beta of the Power Platform exam, and all I did was go through the Microsoft Learn course for that fundamentals certification. So those, because they're specifically around just knowing the services and the technologies and guiding organizations to what subscription models to go to and things like that. The fundamentals courses could be enough for you to pass the exam, but I definitely recommend especially going into Microsoft Docs and running through some of the tutorials and doing hands-on before you take an associate or an expert level exam.
Dwayne, it's Gregor here.
Yes, sir.
So in the questions, Sandy's kind of talking a lot about security and learning security and associated products. Can you talk a little bit about the AZ500 with me?
Yeah. Let's see. Let me look through here. What Sandy's wanting here.
Dwayne, can
okay,
I
just
Dwayne, can I speak? It might be easier for me.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
Sandy.
So so thanks Rolf for sharing sharing that link. So that provides a general overview of security and also some of the key products like Azure Threat Protection, which is key. But the challenge with Microsoft is they keep adding new products in. For example, one of the new products that they've added is Microsoft Cloud Access Broker Services, MCAS. Or CASB is what they call it. That's a part of ATP now. So this certification does not cover that course, but it's also a necessity to sort of ensure that you have your estate covered well by Microsoft. So it's just what is your recommendation? Do you recommend to just study or just get the course sort of run through and passed, and then spend some more time on specific products later down the line, or wait for the complete course to be sort of linked and do it properly? It's just trying to understand what's the best.
I mean, if you're looking at specifically just getting the certification and taking the exam, looking at the Microsoft courses, understanding the objectives and what docs are part of those objectives is a great way to prepare for those exams. And then as things adapt and things become new, around those courses, you can go into Microsoft Docs and search directly on the new technologies and learn about those new technologies. Generally, there is a lag. You've got a lag when a new technology goes GA before it enters an exam anyway. So, and it's usually probably 60 to 90 days at minimum before it's going to find itself into the exam, and generally all of the course content and everything gets updated by then. So they would add those modules probably into Microsoft Learn at that point anyway. But if and you're interested in, and you've learned that there's new content that's been announced, definitely go into the Microsoft Docs to learn that content. You can go into Microsoft Learn, like I said, if you're looking at, something that's added to, ATP, you could search, like I said, right on those modules and right on those learning paths, and find if there's a module on that specific technology that's been added as well.
Yep, thanks. That clarifies. Could I ask one quick question as well?
Of course.
Now, normally there's this practice of sort of doing test exercises or going through dumps, question dumps just before sitting the exam. Is that
I don't like saying question dumps.
Probably the wrong terminology.
Prep exams. Prep exams.
Yeah. Before attending the actual exams, just so that there's a bit more surety of passing. Is that provisioned in the learning path, or is it something it has to be done separately?
There are, like I said, through each module, there's a knowledge check that's, generally 3 to 5 questions. They're not as in depth as the exam questions generally, but they're helpful to just understand, did you comprehend that information and absorb that information? But there is not once you finish that learning path, a full-on prep exam that you can take on there. That's reserved for the measure up exams at Microsoft, that you can buy through Microsoft and things like that, or finding a prep exam through a learning partner or something like that. Unfortunately, that's one thing I think they're missing. They're missing the point there. They're missing that a little bit within Microsoft Learn. I wish that you'd finish a learning path and have a exam from that standpoint, that you could take a full on kind of practice test on that learning path, but they haven't implemented that yet.
Yeah, thank you, Dwayne and Rolf.
And one more adding here, Rolf speaking. You probably want to shy away from the dumps. If you just want to bluntly learn questions and answers, that's not going to bring you the expert level. It's going to bring you to a level where you are able to answer, but you do not understand the product necessarily. I'm not telling that you may not, but in general, just learning straightforward the question and answer bit is not giving you the expert level that you should consider for your practice and work down the road. So I cannot recommend any kind of dump quality, which is considered sometimes a little bit fishy.
Yeah, Ralph, I agree. You can get yourself into a false sense of security, because if you keep taking prep exams and prepping using, even Measure Up, and taking that over and over again to get your score up, all you're doing is memorizing then the questions and answers for those exams. So I agree with you there. Nothing replaces trying to, if you have the ability, especially around Azure, to take and get yourself the free 30 days of Azure, and go into the Azure portal and play around, especially if you're looking at one of the associate exams, going in and creating services and deleting services and understanding what goes in the portal is going to be invaluable to your exam prep. Like I said, with the fundamentals exams, those are a lot around understanding the subscription models and the services within those subscriptions and things like that, understanding what service does what to select the proper service. So you can gain a lot of that right in Microsoft Learn or through free YouTube videos and things like that that can prepare you for that, because they're not really the deep dive at that point.
Cool. Does anyone else have any questions? Anything they'd like to ask?
Maybe we should add that if you have one of the Azure subscriptions, and they always say this 30 days, you have a lot of free services, and this subscription is with you for in total a year. So even the money that they give you, that is just for the 30 days or any other thing, but you can always use the free services. There are plenty of them, and it's good to play around with them and get a good feeling. And sometimes even if you want to create a virtual machine, you can go to the last step without creating it, and then you see the procedure, you see what they're asking. So that gives you a good feeling about the product without actually using some money inside a subscription. So you can get used to how it feels and how you need to work.
Yep. The important thing to understand when you're working in Azure is compute, storage, and network transmission are your three main costs. So yeah, you can create if you don't create a virtual machine or don't create a storage account, you can create and play around with creating resource groups and creating virtual networks and peering virtual networks and things like that right in the Azure portal. It doesn't cost you a thing.
I've got a question here for you, Dwayne.
Yes, sir.
What exam would you recommend to get started with, for people who have never done an Azure exam?
Like I stated, the fundamentals exams are great exams to start with. They're only $99, so they're cheaper. They're less expensive than the other exams. $99 US. Sorry, I know I'm talking around the world. For example, in US dollars, fundamentals exams are $99. A typical Azure associate exam is $165. So you're saving 66 US dollars by taking a fundamentals exam. So you're making less of an investment to it, and it gets you familiar with the exam question process and understanding how questions are asked within Microsoft when you're taking an exam. So I always recommend the fundamentals courses, even though the fundamentals courses aren't a prerequisite to any exam. It's a great place to start. It's a great place to start building your certification portfolio as well. And you do learn something around where costs are and what subscriptions provide for you also.
Okay, I've got one more question.
Sure thing.
Other than the fundamentals, if you've passed the fundamentals exam, and say Sandy, for example, wants to kind of study for the AZ 500 security exam, roughly, I know this is a bit of a guess, but how long do you think it would take to study for the exams? What sort of timescales do you think?
I guess depending on where you're coming from. So you may be new to Azure, but you may not be new to security. So if you understand some of the basics, the basis around security, one of the key things around, especially the AZ 500 exam, is it is very heavy around Azure Active Directory. So if you don't understand Azure Active Directory, you really should be spending some time to understand the capabilities around Azure Active Directory, the use of AD Connect to synchronize it with on-premise Active Directory, and then the different subscription models of Azure Active Directory to get certain services such as conditional access or privileged identity management. That's really big there, as well as databases, and database security is another big part. So if you're not a database person, you're going to need to spend some time on that. I probably spent a good focused week or two preparing for that exam. However, when I took the exam, I had already taken I had taken the 100 and the 101 before they combined those for the administrator exam, and a lot of the 100, a lot of those, what was in those two exams was what got pulled. Some of that got pulled out when they combined it and put it in the 500. So, but those are the key things. If you're not familiar with all of the Azure Active Directory and how the subscriptions work with that, as well as database security, it's going to take you a little bit longer to prepare yourself and understand, understand what you're preparing for. But I've spent, usually with an exam, it's between, I try and schedule it about a month in advance, and I'll try and spend a good week or two really strongly preparing for it. And depending on how big it is, it might take me all of 4 weeks to prepare, where I'm really ramping up to a point, and then really up until the 3 days or so before the exam, then I'm really hitting the information hard, making sure that I'm filling all my gaps, reviewing the Microsoft docs on things that I'm feeling not as prepared for, and things like that. And a lot of the exams might surprise you. They're putting, they've put labs into a lot of exams, so knowing some hands-on around what you need to do within those environments are important as well.
I may add to that. So Microsoft themselves, they ask themselves, how much time do you really need? So for an average 4 to 5 day class, when you're doing instructor-led, normally people are investing at least a week additionally in self-study to prepare themselves. So what Dwayne said is mapping that pretty much, but it really depends on your own background and how much you can invest and learn. So just make sure that you allocate the time, and then you're staying focused. And where coming from is also, of course, helping. If you're just starting at ground zero, the /learn Microsoft Learn stuff is the best way to start to build the fundamental knowledge. Then go through the fundamentals certification, and then decide on your track. So a week learning on top, that's the minimum after you've taken a course. That's our experience as trainers.
Well said, Ralph. Perfect. Yep.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dwayne, for your session. I'm pretty sure everyone enjoyed that, and great content. Lots of good learning there. Thank you very much. Do you mind staying in the chat just in case for another 5 to 10 minutes, just in case anyone's got a cool? Okay.
I will. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Nickerson, could you do me a small favour and see if you could share your screen, please? That's all right.
Yes, I can.
Cool. Brilliant.
So, trying to. Can you already see it?
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Cool. Right, if we wait a couple of minutes, I'll
okay, perfect.
Gosha will introduce you, and then you can start. But I'll let Gosha introduce you in a couple of minutes. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're going to start a last session today, but before we go, we want to invite you to track first, to track 1, and have a virtual beer with us after this all session and this all long day. So if we finish this one, just go and join track 1. And for now, we would like to
Perfect.
invite Vukasin, if I could pronounce your name. And he will talk to us about Devops in PowerShell and Azure. So go on.
Yes, hello everyone. It's my honor to have last session on the track 2, and I'm looking forward for that virtual beer. Very exciting 3 days. We had a chance to learn a lot, so I'm grateful for that, and I'm also grateful for being here. So thanks guys for having me. Now we are going to jump into a presentation on how to use PowerShell in Azure DevOps. First, I would like to introduce. My name is Vukasin Terzic. I'm currently based in Prague, in Czech Republic. I work as a solution architect in a company called, it's a consulting company, and I'm currently focused on Azure projects, but I come from operational background, so I spent years in implementing Active Directory and server infrastructures and stuff like that. Today's session is about combining 2 technologies that changed my professional life completely. First one was PowerShell, and I discovered PowerShell while I was working in a school. I was the only IT in a large international school, and one of the first tasks was to create like 400 new student accounts and then again 400 emails for them. And I didn't want to do that manually, so it pushed me to learn PowerShell, and that changed everything from that point on. And then many years later, there was, I think in 2015, I learned about this new thing called Azure, and everything changed again. So today we are talking about how to combine these 2 technologies that had highest impact on my career. So before we go to Azure, let's see how we typically run PowerShell and where do we run it. So on premises, that can be on a client, that can be our computer, like that can be a Windows, Linux, Mac. Now we have PowerShell Core that is multi-platform, so it can be anything. And we can use it to run like day-to-day management tasks or to even to execute scripts. Then we can run it on server. That can be a management server we use, or it can be a domain controller, or it can be a server that we are currently configuring by that PowerShell directly on it or remotely. And then, of course, there are other places on premises where you can run it. Like I was running PowerShell inside of the Switch operating system or in a web browser or something like that. So those are not typical scenarios, so let's not mention those. And then you have Azure, and Azure brought different ways on how you can run it. First and most typical one is you run it inside of Azure VM. That allows you to use it as you are used to on a Windows or Linux server of your choice. You can install all dependencies, modules, save your scripts locally or on a server or in a storage account. You can use ISC as you are used to, or you can install VS Code or whatever else you want. And you can also use it against your Azure subscription from there, but you will have to authenticate first. And running Azure VM just for this purpose is not very cost-optimized solution. And there are other ways to do it. But if you have a server that you use for management and you want to continue your on-premises way of executing scripts, then that's fine. You can do it. It will work just as you are used to. Then there is a Cloud Shell. That's from your browser or from the app. It gives you quick access to your PowerShell core shell that is already logged into your Azure subscription. You already have all the Azure modules installed. It's a great tool for performing some tasks like, I don't know, pulling out information, creating new resources. You can also use it in editor for multi-line code, but this is not a typical place where you would run all your scripts or like automate something on a schedule. And luckily, Azure has automation account, and that's great for this purpose. You can create scripts inside of an Azure automation account and save them as runbooks. You can also this is a place where you can store your secrets. You can use secrets inside your scripts, or you can give parameters and use one script with different parameters every time. You can use different modules. You can your script can have access to your subscription context as well as to your VMs. With the hybrid worker, you can also run your runbooks to access your on-premises servers and resources. These runbooks are also accessible from different Azure services like, I don't know, Azure Site Recovery or Azure Update Management. You can run like pre-action or post-action tasks there. And for example, if you create a pre-action task to turn off all your local servers, and then another task that will check if they are really properly turned off, and then after that you can initiate Azure Site Recovery failover. Or you can deploy stuff in Azure from there, or build and destroy entire environments. That's a great stuff. But today's presentation is not about automation account. Then another place where you can run your PowerShell in Azure is Azure App Service. And this works only with PowerShell core. It generates some extra cost and it has some limitations. So it's a great place to run your app, but not a place for running your daily operation scripts or performing single line command, because basically you don't have an interactive console interface. And then there is DevOps. In Azure DevOps, we have different components and we don't have to use them all. But the goal of this presentation is to encourage you to start exploring. So I currently use, and not just because of PowerShell, but I currently use most of those components, not really that much test plans. They also generate some extra cost, but I use Azure boards and I love using Azure boards. I use Azure repos, but not that much as a GitHub. And of course, pipeline. And the pipeline is the part of the Azure DevOps that we are interested in and that we will be talking about today. So for non-developers, such myself, using Azure DevOps in the first place meant learning processes and methodologies that I was not familiar with. In the operations-only world, you don't typically have version releases like you have when you are a software developer. Each version of your application, apart from bringing new functionalities, can also introduce new bugs and break something. Yeah, okay, so a new version of your AD user creation script can also introduce some bugs. But the difference here is that the script is there to automate the process of creating users, not something that end user will use. And so the idea of DevOps, creating the bridges between developers that are creating the apps and the IT operations that are working with them and allowing them to provide real world feedback back to developers and that like accelerate the process for new releases is not really why we are here for. For us in the operations, this is not, that doesn't bring any value, but there are some other values that we can get from using Azure DevOps as such, and especially for running our PowerShell code there. So why we should use it then? Well, if you work on a code and you have it like in Azure DevOps, it will make you and I don't know, that's difficult to explain, but it will make you have your code organized and clean. Especially if you are working on a project with multiple people, this is a must. And you want your code to be clean because and minimal, because it makes everything smoother and easier to troubleshoot. And we will go back to that a little bit later. The other thing is that you know that your code works because like you can create the tests and all those steps, if they're passed, you know that code will work. And also it worked 1,000 times before, so you can think of it as a functional. And then each run is well documented, and that's not the case in a normal operations. Yes, you can add as many like logging options in your script, and you can do that all manually, and we all do that, and we were doing that when needed. But sometimes you don't do it, and sometimes it's too much hassle, like things to have to do extra. And here with DevOps, basically, you know what version of code was executed, when it was executed, on which version of PowerShell it was running, or operating system, or dependencies, such modules. You have that all documented for you, and you can replicate it anytime. You also know what was the outcome of it, and we can even use it to store our logs and temporary files. So that's great, right? So it sounds great. So we should use it all the time. Well, not really. You shouldn't be using Azure DevOps like your regular shell that you fire up on your computer to find out AD user membership or, I don't know, list of VMs in your Azure subscription. But it's a great tool for example, when you have scheduled runs. So if you have something that you are running on a regular basis, and it's like an automation task, or I don't know, cleaning up users, creating users, something like that, then it's a great place to have your script because it will run for you. Or if you want to run something every time you change your code. So it's very easy, or that's a natural behavior of the, let's say, of the DevOps, is that it automatically activates or executes once you commit your change in the code. Another very useful feature of the Azure DevOps or the pipeline is that you can have a client. It supports different versions of operating system, and it supports like versions that you might not have on your computer. And I'm talking about like running something on Windows Server 2008 or on a Mac OS, or if you want to test something, if it works with PowerShell version 7, but in your environment you don't have it, then this is a great scenario when you can make it as a part of your script to install those dependencies, and then it will run, and then it's easy for you to execute. I use it, like, let me give you an example here. I have a PowerShell module that we use here in my company that I made, and it's important to have that module working with Windows Server 2008. And as you know, that expired, Windows Server 2008 support expired, but if you run it in Azure, it's still supported. So it's one of the options that you can use in the in the DevOps. And I use it to, every time I make a change, to check if that module works successfully on the Windows Server 2008. And we can troubleshoot it if not. So that's one of the other options. Or if you want to make it as a part of the larger workflow. And so the Azure DevOps pipeline, I locked my computer, okay. Azure DevOps pipeline is great for wrapping up different parts of workflow, like combining PowerShell or something else, like our ARM templates or Terraform or something in one single workflow. because you can have all those prerequisites there and you can run them and execute them, then it's a great place to play with all those different things. So the Azure pipeline is right. So how we can do it in Azure pipeline. That's a cloud-hosted pipeline that supports many operating systems, programming languages, and platforms. Most of those options are not relevant to us because we will just be using PowerShell. But what's important for us is the build agent version and the PowerShell version, and those two things are connected. So it supports Windows, Linux, and macOS. We know that on Windows we can run PowerShell, Windows PowerShell, and a PowerShell core. On Linux and Mac we can only run PowerShell core. So that means that if we create a build agent, which is the easily or basically it means that the container that is created for us, which is executing our code, will host this operating system. And if we want to run Windows PowerShell, then we have to use Windows. If we need to use PowerShell core, then we can use anything. There is also a way to install or test with specific version of PowerShell core. One way is to use different versions of operating systems or the build agents that already have this built in. Or you can even run it with the newest version, and that will require basically downloading the installation file from the GitHub. The new versions of PowerShell core, they have an installation file, and then you run that file inside of your container, and that will install the version you need. And then in your code, of course, you have to say that require that specific version. I will show that in a little bit in a demo. And so how can we run PowerShell in a pipeline? That means we can run it directly from a pipeline. We can run it in a, this will be like one-liner. So that's like we are used to. We open a PowerShell in our computer, we type a command, execute the command. Or this can be also a multi-line script. And there are many ways on how, or few ways how can we run a multi-line script. Or it can be a PowerShell task. And so the PowerShell task, or the tasks in general, are basically the building blocks of Azure Devops pipelines. There are many built-in tasks, and we can also download other tasks via an extension in the extension marketplace. PowerShell is one of the built-in tasks that is already there, and that gives us a little bit more flexibility than if we just use a multi-line script or one-line script. And each of those tasks are defined as a step in a pipeline, and then we can pass them like parameters, configure failing errors, options, and so on. Or we can run a script from a file. Basically, we can have a repository and have a file saved there. And that can be Azure repositories or a GitHub, or there are many other supported versions. Or you can have this file stored in, like, let's say, multiple repositories, and then you can check out all of them if needed and download them and use them there. Or you can have your script saved somewhere else, like, I don't know, storage account or inside an Azure VM if you want. That's not really recommended, but it's doable. You just need to grant access to pipeline to access there and create a task to have your file copied first. So enough of talking. Let's see how we can do that. So I have an Azure pipeline here. If you are not familiar with Azure DevOps, what you can do is that you go to devazure.com and create a new organization. That also depends if you are allowed to do that in your subscription, but you should be allowed to do that in your subscription if you are using free trial. And then in those subscriptions, you can create your projects. So I created a very simple project. I didn't add any descriptions and didn't add any files to it yet, or I did, but not that much. But the project is the place where you will typically have all your project files. You will have people assign access to projects, and you will have description here, and then you can use all those Azure services that you saw before, Azure Devops services. So we are using Azure repositories to save our files. Using Azure repositories is very simple. If you have to connect it to your computer and upload files from there, or you can upload files directly from here and use it just in a browser. Of course, that will not be a typical scenario, but yes, you can do. And I currently created just two files. One is the pipeline that we will be working with, and one is just a simple PowerShell script. So let's take a look at the pipelines. And I have one pipeline here. Maybe I can start from the beginning. Let's see how we can create a new pipeline. Just if you have any questions so far, please let me know. We can stop at any time and continue with the questions. Okay, so I'm not going to create a new pipeline, but I'm just going to show you how. So first step is to select where is your code, right? So the pipeline needs to work with the code. And we can select one of the options here. You can see that you can also have like your own hosted Git repository or something like that. But like most common options are Git or Azure repo. And then once you select it, also there are two types of pipelines. One is a classic pipeline, which is a graphical version that you can use. And to do that, you can select it from here. And then for that pipeline, you don't have to write any code. You just use the options that are already there for you. But it's not that flexible, and it doesn't support all the options as the YAML pipeline. So the YAML pipeline is something that Microsoft prefers and uses now. However, YAML is something that was completely new for me, and I had to learn it. Microsoft has great documentation on how to start with the YAML. There, everything is documented, so you can start from there. But it is a new thing, and it's difficult. It's a little bit different than PowerShell because it also counts spaces and stuff like that. So you have to think about those things, but once you get used to it, it's not that bad. And then you select it, and then you create your pipeline. Go back, I already have mine. This is my pipeline. And what I did, I created a starter Azure pipeline. I didn't show that, but there are many different types of pipeline that are already pre-created for you, and you can use them to run. So I mentioned that we have different containers. So so this is the pool, and currently in my build agent will be using latest version of Windows. This can be specified to specific version, or I can use different Linux or Mac OS, as we mentioned before. Also mentioned that you can run PowerShell as a one-line or multi-line code. So I have that here, and as you remember, I created a step, and then running a single line of PowerShell is simple like this. This is all I need to do. And if I want to use PowerShell core, then I can use this instead. On Windows, this makes difference because on Windows I can run both versions and they are already there pre-installed for me. But on Linux, both commands will execute the PowerShell core. Even if I type PowerShell, because there is no Windows PowerShell on it, it will still run PowerShell core. That's something to I'm not sure if everyone's scripts are ready to work in a PowerShell core, so it's something to have to think about. I didn't comment this out, but we can run it. So let's run this pipeline and see what will happen. So we see it created a job, and that job will start executing. So first job will be to check out my code. We are not going to use the code now for the first line, but let's see, checking out the code from this repository, and now it's running my code. And as you can see, it was write host. This is one line script, so it's here. And that code could be anything else. It didn't have to be just a write host, because having a write host here is, of course, no use of that. But if we created some like command that executes, I don't know, create new cluster or something like that, that will work perfectly. Go back to our pipeline. And now if I uncomment this, there will be no difference. The execution will be exactly the same. One thing I didn't mention.
We have a question for you.
Okay, perfect.
So first one is how to join multiple tasks in pipeline through PowerShell.
Okay. So the question will be, the answer will be, if there are multiple tasks, then you can create the multiple steps. And I was just going to show that you can create a next step. So the first one here was to execute some task number 1, and then the next step would be to execute step number 2 or task number 2. So that will be one of the ways to do it. And is there a second question?
Yes. So do we have tasks to install PowerShell core in Linux?
Well, you don't have to do it. It already comes with pre-installed. But as I mentioned before, you can have a specific version installed, and that can be done. I actually have opened a Gist page here. So, and I used this recently. So what you're looking at is basically using install PowerShell PS1, which is on this address. And this is how Microsoft gives you the option to install PowerShell 7. And you can choose then which version of that you want to use. And then, of course, there is a parameter that's the daily version, and that's the most current version. That's something that you can use for testing, but it's not. It's definitely not something that you will be using for production. Instead of the version daily, here you would use some specific version, probably something older, some stable build that you want to test it on. However, the most recent stable version, long-term version, is already installed on those Linux build agents. And if you are not sure which version is installed, then you can always run a task here, which will be, for example, this. And now if we run it, by the way, I skipped this step because it's not related to PowerShell, but basically this trigger means how our pipeline is triggered. And our pipeline is triggered by the changes in our master branch of our Azure repo that we are connected to. So as you saw it, I didn't have to press run on this pipeline. I only had to press save, and that automatically executed. If you are running some like scheduled task, I will come back to that a little bit later. There are different ways how you can run it, but I left the default, which is this. So okay, it failed. I know why it failed. It's good. It's good. You can see what happens if it fails, and we will come back a little bit later on the last exit code, and we will explain what that is. So it failed because it was not a text, and I had one extra quote there. What's also important to understand or learn is that Azure Pipeline supports multiple types of scripts, and that can be a PowerShell, that can be a Bash script or a batch script. Directly here from the pipeline, and basically with those three types you can do basically almost anything from here. So now we saw it executed, and I can see that the version of this operating system is 5.1. Let's have a little bit fun and change the build agent. I'm just going to comment this out. I don't have to, but it takes longer. It's something for later. So let's change our build agent here, and we are going to use. Okay, so now when I execute, it's going to run inside of the Ubuntu, and we will see that even though I specified PowerShell, it's going to run push, which is the executable name of PowerShell core. That's default. So let's see. Oh, I didn't save it. Sorry about that. Now when we save it, it's going to run again, and this time is going to run inside of Ubuntu, which we can see that here. And now it's going to execute our script, and it works the same. And we can see that I didn't have to install it manually, and it's the version 7. And as I mentioned, default version is the latest stable build, and version 7 is the latest stable build. Okay, and if we use this, we can get something like 7.2 or 7.0.1 or 2. I don't know. I think 2 is coming next week, so this week is still 0.1. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, so I hope that answered your question. Let's go back to our pipeline. I'm not going to keep. I'm going to continue with Windows. Right, so that's how you run one-line code. To run multi-line code is basically like this. You put a pipe or this character, I don't know how that's called, I call it a pipe because it's a pipe in a PowerShell. So you put that there, and then on the next line, you create a multi-line code. That's the second way, or one of the ways how you can run a multi-line code script. And the same method will work for Bash or batch scripts as well. Just this will be different. Okay, right. So we still have time. Now the other way to run PowerShell here directly from pipeline is to create a PowerShell task. And as I mentioned, we have a wide range of tasks already there for us, and then we can install some tasks from extension gallery. This typically you will not find everything you need, but it's growing and there are many tasks like being added. So PowerShell is one of those that is built in. So let's take a look. And as you can see, we have different types of PowerShell tasks, but we are interested in this one. And what this will do is it will give us a graphical user interface for us to create a task. And when you finish filling this up and you create add, it's going to add it. It will insert those lines where your cursor is. So be aware that you should not have it here in the middle of a sentence, because then it will break your code. Have it on the place where you want to be inserted. So let's create a simple PowerShell task. One we are going to use inline script, and it already has a hello world here for us. So we are going to keep that. What else we can create is the error action preference. So default one is stop, and even if you don't add it, it will create it will like be as a stop. And what that means that if we saw that there are multiple like jobs here inside of our pipeline, if we create the one with the stop, then, and if that doesn't work, if there is an error here, it's going to stop there, and it's basically going to break it's not going to let other tasks complete. Depending on what your code is, on how you build your pipeline, maybe for you it will be okay to continue with running the other tasks if there is something that you expect. So you can create continue or silently continue. And then there are those advanced parameters that you can fill in. However, there are just 3 here, or basically 4 with this one. 5, sorry. So there are 5, but those are not all. So I'm going to show you that a little bit later. So for now, let's keep it as it is, and let's set add. And as you can see, that created another task. Like basically that's a task in our pipeline. And we know that it's an inline script, but it's a multi-line. And here is our script. So if we run this now, it's going to say write host hello world. The problem here, or not the problem, but what's missing here is, for example, display name. So if you don't put a display name in your task, then in here you are going to see something called PowerShell task 2, but you don't know what that is doing. And so the best practice is, of course, to immediately add display name, and we are going to call it of course, there is no, or now let's say something else. Hello world task. Okay. And now if we run it, we are going to see that user-friendly name here. The other thing I mentioned is that there were some parameters missing. And so I created a task here now with all the parameters that we need, or they are available. And let me just explain you those first. Inputs is, or there is also an option to have like call a script from a file, but this is that script is written here. And then we have fail on standard error, ignore last exit code, and error action preferences. So basically those parameters allows us to specify how we want our error to behave, or if something fails, we want to specify how our script or how our pipeline is going to behave. Another option is to use arguments, and in this, and this is, for example, if you have a script or a function in your script that expects some arguments, like I have a function called get user and is expecting parameter user, then you can feed that in here. And once you execute it, my function that is expecting argument user will receive it from here. Other option here is to use PowerShell core. Basically, if we have a Windows, we can set this to true or false. If we set it to true, then it will run it in PowerShell core. If we have Linux, then this is default true, and there is no way to turn it off. And then a working directory is basically a directory inside of our container where this is executing, where we want our script to work. So something like a working directory you have in our PowerShell locally. Okay, so to continue from that, there is also, so is this clear how we can create a PowerShell task? I think it is. I think it's pretty simple. Okay, no questions. So now let's see how to create a task to run a script, right? So again, we go here, PowerShell, and this time it's going to be a file path. And basically what we are going to do is to choose our file. And this has to be a local path to the file. I already have that here. So sorry for skipping. Let me put that up, and I'm going to uncomment. Unfortunately, Yaml doesn't have a multi-line comment, so you have to do it like this. And so what I'm doing here first is I'm basically using a script called slides. And this script that I have here now is a very simple basic script, but what you have to think about, and this is very important to understand, is that the build agent that you're using is a fresh new instance every single time. There is a way to use your custom image, but that makes everything complicated. So let's say that every time you execute your task, you will have a new version, or like fresh version of it running. And it's important to think about that you have to prepare it, right? So sometimes your scripts require some modules. Sometimes your script has to connect, for example, to, I don't know, Office 365. So what I use this for, real world example here. So I have a client that is using Azure only. They don't have a local infrastructure. They only have Azure AD. Everything is in cloud, basically. Identities, computers are managed from cloud. They are AAD joined and stuff like that. So there is no like management server now that I can run and take care of some management tasks. But I want to run identity management script. Basically, when the new people are coming to company, or if they're leaving the company, I have this pipeline connected to HR system. It pulls out information from HR system, and it finds out the users that are new, and it has to create them, or they change their position in the company, or they change their group membership, or they changed, or they are fired, or they are leaving, so they have to be terminated. And so I get all that information from the HR system, and then I run it here in the pipeline, in the Devops, like on the daily basis, to create or remove users, right? Typical identity management script. And that's great, but for that I need a lot of prerequisites. I need like 3 or 4 PowerShell modules. I need to connect to HR. I need to download some SFTP files from SFTPs and stuff like that. And so I have to install PowerShell modules and connect to like Exchange Online every single time I run it. And you would not do that on your computer because you already have that installed and you think it's like normal, but you have to do that here. So that's important thing to understand. Okay, so And then the other thing I have showed here is that using that error action preference, I have silent continue, and then I'm passing some arguments. Currently in my script, there are no arguments expected. So this is just for you to show you. So basically this is the parameter name and this is its value. And this is the second parameter name and its value. And if my script was expecting param1 and param2, those are the values that it will receive. Then another, or let's try and run that. So let's save, and we are running. And we are also running out of time, so I don't want to make it too long. And now you'll see that I have more tasks here because I uncommented those tasks, so it should be a little bit longer. While we are waiting, I just want to mention that for each, this is of course not free, but you do get 30 hours of free runtime per month. So, and there's a limit of users that can use it and share it. But if you make your repository public, then it's completely free. But if you have a private repository, which means that you have some company data and stuff like that, then you have 30 hours per month of free runtime. And for us, this took 10 seconds. So we are okay with that. So this is our task, and it says hello world. And here's my script. So the script was simple, but as you can see, checking prerequisites, installing modules, connecting to Azure AD and stuff like that. And what you would see here is that it's a normal output that you will get if you run your script locally. So that's a great way to utilize the serverless solution and run your scripts. And also, as I mentioned in the beginning, you can choose many different operating systems and dependencies and stuff like that. Okay, so let's go back. And there is one more thing that I would like to cover, and that's variables. So, of course, you have to work with the variables. And you don't want to save, for example, you don't want to save your variables in a script because script can be one, but you can have multiple pipelines for different projects or different tasks, and they are using the same script. So you can define your variables here directly in the pipeline, or you can create something, or you can create in here a library of variables, and this library. Go here. What you would do is that you would create a variable group, and then you can enter them here manually, or you can take them as a secrets from Azure Key Vault. And that's great because if you work with the passwords, then only thing you have to do is to authorize the pipeline to have access to. It only needs read. List and read access to the Key Vault, and then you can pull directly variables from Key Vault and use them in your scripts. So that's also a great way to use it with your secrets and everything. And then that's one of the ways, and the second way is to use it here directly. You can also create variables. Let me uncomment that. So this is going to set variable called var1, and this will be the value. You can set them inside of, it's not going to be like this, but it will be rather something like this. That's another option. Quickly, just thinking what I didn't mention. I didn't mention maybe like errors. You can modify like the behavior of what will happen. I did actually mention that, but I didn't mention that you can also show custom errors and warnings in the job logs, and you can even like create you can even create like action on the error based on the error type. So that's it. I can go on and on, like more in depth. I'm sorry, this session was not that much in depth. There are a few things to cover. There are a few things to think about, like the troubleshooting is a little bit different than you are used to, because we are now working with the multi-environment here in one place. So for example, I'm calling script here like this, but if this was on a Linux container, then this slash will be the opposite, right? It will be like this. And so there are a few differences, few things that you have to think about. And this comes with using it. It's not something that you do well on the first try, but once you do it, it works. I didn't, however, show you how you can set a trigger. And let's do that as the one last time. So I mentioned that this can be done as a scheduled task. And so right now we have something called continuous integration enabled. And that basically means that once I submit my code, commit my code, it starts to integrate automatically. So I don't know if you saw how I did it, but in a pipeline, when I'm in the pipeline, the easiest way to get there is to go here, triggers, and then we can override that continuous integration, and we can create something like a scheduled task or something like that. So I can create a schedule to run it every Monday at specific time, and so on. So the problem with this is that in here, that will not be showed in the pipeline directly, but you will have to go here and find out that it's done like this. Okay. So that's it about running PowerShell. If you are interested, I can give you some real-world examples, how this is used and when this is used, or I can type them out later in the comment section. Any questions?
If you have any questions, just unmute yourself and ask.
Yes, please. I can continue talking if you want. I also mentioned that everything is documented. So as you can see here, we can see which version of our branch and which branch and which version of code was run. And then in here you can see all the outputs. So that's basically all the documentation you need, and it contains all the information. And then plus you would use it to upload or create an artifact, for example, that can contain all the folders you need. Azure Pipeline works great with Azure services, so it's very easy to, and actually you have for that, so it's, now we are going about beyond the limits of just PowerShell, but basically the PowerShell script needs to work with different things, and I said that it's great, this is a great place to wrap up like different projects. So for example, you can combine it with Azure CLI. You can use Azure File Copy, for example, or Azure Key Vault, which will download the secrets from Key Vault. You can upload files directly to a storage account. You can even like download files to your local computers. So one of the things that I have here done with Azure DevOps is that we use some PowerShell module, or the customer rather uses the PowerShell module to execute some, like IT people use it to execute some tasks. And there are like 2 or 3 people in the company working on improving this PowerShell module, but there is around like 20 people using it. And so what we did with Azure DevOps is that basically every time when they create their module, like changes in their module, and Azure DevOps runs tests like Pester and I don't know, like a few different ways of testing it, and if that's all okay and everything works, then we use it to deploy this new version of code to local client computers of those other 25 IT people. And basically, they will not even notice that something changed, but we ensure that those 20 IT guys always have the newest version of the module. So it's great for automation, stuff like that. Okay, that's all from me. Thanks everyone, and I would like to use this opportunity to thanks everyone who organized the Global Bootcamp, and thank you for having me here and presenting.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Ferguson. Cool. Good job. Loved it. Right. Okay, let me just paste a few things in.
Okay.
Anyone's got any more questions, feel free to just ask us now. Ferguson, if you could hang
please.
around just for the next 5-10 minutes, just in case there are.
Sure, no problem at all.
Well, let me just post this in. Just want to say thank you to everyone.
Okay.
And in about the next 5 minutes, everyone's going to join virtual track 1 if we can, and have virtual beers. The most important part.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
So I think we'll just call it a day, Ferguson, and join virtual track 1 if that's all right.
Okay.
Cool. Thanks very much. Thanks for doing that. Much appreciated.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So if everyone can just join that link that I've put in to go to virtual track 1, we're just going to have a kind of chat and virtual beers, if that's okay. Thank you.